Chapter 2020. Yi Fei, Lin Shun. The two of them stare at each other, feeling the strong battle intent and confidence in victory from each other. The commotion attracted the attention of countless young martial artists in the square. It's Lin Shun, the #1 expert in the Imperial City. It's said that today he will have an unprecedented battle with a demon called Yi Fei. Haha, this is going to be a good show. Who in the Tianhe Kingdom doesn't know that the Lin family is the strongest in the Heavenly Venerable's realm? Only someone who doesn't want to live would be foolish enough to challenge Lin Shun. Many people looked at Yi Fei with ridicule. Jiang Zhen was also secretly worried. After all, he had waited at the Divine Star Academy for a long time, but Yi Fei's high-grade spirit augmentation friend did not appear. Without a high-grade spirit augmentation, even if Yi Fei obtained a divine material, he would not be able to use spirit augmentation. It was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. Seeing that Yi Fei had come empty-handed again, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He asked in a deep voice, "Yi Fei, I gave you a month's time. Have you not found a suitable spirit augmentation weapon?" As the #1 expert in the Imperial City and even in the entire Tianhe Kingdom, Lin Shun had his own pride. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to retreat. The pride of being #1 made him disdainful of relying on a weapon to defeat Yi Fei. What he desired more was to use his true martial arts in front of countless people. He wanted to completely crush Yi Fei and then kill him. "Yi Fei, take this spirit augmentation weapon. Although it's only made of level 3 divine material, it can still be used." Jiang Zhen gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a level 3 divine sword. Although the material of this sword was inferior to the Lin family's level 4 drifting snow spear, in terms of spirit augmentation, it was superior to Lin Chen's. After all, even though the fluttering snow spear in Lin Chen's hand was a rank 4 weapon, the power of spiritual adhesion that Lin Shun could release was only at rank 1.5, which was barely close to rank 2. Seeing Jiang Zhen take out the divine sword, many of the Lin clan's cultivators had expressions of shock on their faces. Lin Chen's countenance was extremely ugly to behold. Suddenly, he raised his drifting snow spear and said, "Our cultivation bases are the same as mine. At the very most, you can only activate a 2nd-level divine imprint. Are you sure you want to use this divine sword? Weapon, do you want to fight me?" Seeing that Jiang Zhen actually had a tier 3 divine sword, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he said, "If we want to fight, then let's fight. But do we fight now? What about the Imperial City Hunt? The Imperial City Hunt has already begun. Whoever won would have the right to hunt. Yi Fei, fight me. Men, bring me a tier 3 divine spear." Seeing that Yi Fei was holding a rank 3 legendary sword, Lin Shun sneered. He did not use his drifting snow spear. Instead, he found a tier 3 divine spear and walked towards the sky. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Even Yi Fei could not help but admire Lin Shen's boldness and courage. After that, he did not say anything. Instead, he gripped the tier 3 divine sword tightly in his hand and suddenly stepped into the sky. "Go down." Without giving Yi Fei a chance to step into the sky, the divine spear in Lin Shen's hand suddenly moved. Waves of wind, snow, and frost formed, causing a terrifying snowstorm to descend upon the land. Compared to a month ago, Lin Shen's divine spear art had become even more terrifying. Yi Fei's expression turned grave at this moment. Suddenly, he raised the tier 3 divine sword in his hand and slashed upwards. Between the heavens and the earth, a black and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared, forming a perfect defense. Not only did it block the wind and snow, but it also blocked the instant Yi Fei stepped into the sky. That black and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly evolved into the 2 elements, the 4 elements, the 6 directions, and the 7 luminaries. Boom, boom. As Yi Fei drew his sword, 2 special divine inscriptions on the tier 3 divine swords suddenly lit up like flames. This caused Yi Fei's attack power to instantly double. He actually had a trace of the aura of a sovereign as he charged forward. However, At this moment, the divine spear in Lin Chen's hand suddenly flickered with terrifying divine inscriptions. These divine inscriptions were even brighter and more dazzling than Yi Fei's. This was because when Lin Chen activated the divine inscriptions, he had already activated his strongest divine ability. Snow swirled in the air as the spear light illuminated the world. Endless cold light froze Yi Fei's divine spirit. The divine sword also froze Yi Fei's hand that was holding the divine sword. It seemed as though the entire world was about to be frozen by this special divine, spear-cold qi. Lin Chen finally moved. He exhaled and suddenly became one with the divine spear, forming an even more terrifying cold qi spear cold qi. It shattered space and was about to shatter Yi Fei's body. Kill. It was also at this moment that Yi Fei moved. His body was burning with intense sword fire, shattering the cold qi and shaking off the snow and frost that covered his body. His sword continued to move forward. The sword fire was vast and boundless. The sword fire was dense and intense. It was like a river, like a mountain, like a storm, like a raging inferno. In the end, Yi Fei's heart sword divine ability clashed with Lin Chen's divine ability of snowflakes. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. A look of shock flashed across Lin Chen's face. The divine ability you used last time wasn't like this. My divine abilities are more than you can imagine. Kill. Overlord Halberd. Yi Fei roared, seeing that his heart sword divine ability was unable to defeat his opponent. The dark force in his free right hand suddenly transformed into a huge halberd. Wang Zhongshan, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim in anger. This was because Yi Fei was using the family Wang's strongest divine ability, the Overlord Halberd. This kind of divine ability was something that family Wang never taught to outsiders. Throughout history, only the family head could fully grasp it. Thanks to the conflict at the city gate a month ago, Yi Fei not only broke Wang Zhongshan's and He Chun's legs, but also vented his anger of being chased by the Wang and He family heads. Later on, when he checked Wang Zhongshan's and He Chun's space belts, Yi Fei not only found a large amount of magnetite, but also unexpectedly obtained family Wang's divine ability of the Overlord Halberd. It was similar to family He's Moonfall divine ability. Therefore, taking advantage of the last 10 days of Xiao Chao's spiritual attachment, Yi Fei had nothing to do. He might as well thoroughly cultivate the divine ability of the Overlord Halberd. However, Yi Fei's Overlord Halberd was vastly different from family Wang's Overlord Halberd. Family Wang's was the Black Dragon Combat Halberd, while Yi Fei's was the Sky Piercer Halberd. Compared to the Black Dragon Combat Halberd, the Sky Piercer Halberd was more awe-inspiring and domineering. When Yi Fei brandished the Sky Piercer Halberd, Wang Zhongshan actually had the misconception that Yi Fei's Overlord Halberd was the real deal, while family Wang's was a fake. It couldn't be helped. Yi Fei's Overlord Halberd was too domineering. It was like a true overlord among men. Armed with a strong weapon, it charged forward bravely and swallowed the whole world. Even a spear expert like Lin Chen was a little flustered when faced with Yi Fei's sudden change in divine ability. As he retreated continuously, the terrifying spear light on his body shone even brighter. It was as if his entire body had turned into a terrifying divine spear. Chapter 2021. It was obvious that family Wang's Overlord Halberd was inferior to the Lin family's divine power. It was domineering but lacking in attack power. However, the Overlord Halberd still caught Lin Chen off guard. While he was distracted, Yi Fei's eyes had already exploded with dazzling sword radiance. The rank 3 legendary sword in his hand suddenly exploded with the most dazzling sword radiance. Then, 8 terrifying dragon roars sounded from Yi Fei's body. Heavenly Venerate Technique, Level 8 Heavenly Dragon. This was Yi Fei's true killer move. Although Lin Chen was very talented, in terms of combat experience, he was still far behind Yi Fei, who had fought his way up from the Earth Realm. Boom! The dazzling sword radiance and the 8-level heavenly dragon's laws instantly engulfed the space where Lin Shan was standing. However, Yi Fei's expression was not one of joy. Instead, it was filled with solemnity. This was because at the center of the explosion, an even more terrifying cold light suddenly erupted. Lin Shan was actually holding a spear in each of his hands. The two divine spears in his hands actually transformed into 2 ice dragons that coiled around him. On his arms. I see. Lin Shan, you're actually using 2 spears. No wonder when you saw that I was using a rank 3 legendary sword, you gave up on the drifting snow spear and used the same rank 3 legendary spear. At first, I thought that you were the most magnanimous person in the Imperial City. Now, it seems that you have been scheming against me from start. On purpose, hiding your strongest divine power. Yi Fei was very experienced in combat. After thinking for a while, he understood the entire situation. Lin Shan had been scheming against him from the start. Lin Shan did not deny Yi Fei's accusation. Instead, he nodded coldly and said, "That's right. I have been scheming against you from the start. In the Divine Star Academy, the Lord of Heaven was helping you. I cannot kill you. I also did not want to rely on external forces to kill you, because I wanted to show you my strongest divine power, the double spear divine power, double dragon kill." The surroundings trembled as the spear light tore through the sky. Lin Shan realized that he could only fight Yi Fei to a draw with a single spear. He finally activated his dual spear divine ability. At this moment, his 2 spirit adhesion divine spears had turned into howling frost dragons, freezing heaven and earth. Wherever the spear light passed, the earth would snow, and everywhere would be broken. Broken ice. Just by feeling this cold chi, the countless cultivators watching the battle could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The cultivators who were close to the battle turned into ice sculptures the moment they came into contact with the falling snowflakes. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. The scattered spear lights swept past these ice sculptures and the cultivators inside them. His body had already exploded like broken ice. Only a terrified, divine soul managed to escape under the protection of the heavenly palace. Yi Fei, who was facing the dual spear mystique head-on, was shocked to find that under the freezing spear light, even his entire sky palace had been frozen into ice, let alone his spirit leaving his body. Even the blood in his body showed signs of being frozen by the freezing spear light. This was the terror of the Lin family's dual spear mystique. Only a few people in the Lin family could master such a mystique and use it as a secret weapon. Outsiders had no way of knowing. This was the first time Jiang Zhen had seen such a mystique. While he was shocked, he also felt a sense of fear. This mystique has already surpassed the level of a heavenly venerable. Moreover, Lin Shan has 2 spirit adhesion divine weapons. Not good. I underestimated Lin Shan's intelligence. Perhaps he was scheming against Yi Fei. He knew that with the Lord of Heaven present, even if he used the drifting snow spear, he would not be able to kill Yi Fei. Thus, he purposely retreated in order to advance, setting up this Imperial City battle. Because only heavenly venerables can participate in this hunt, the Lord of Heaven will not interfere. Guest Elder Yi is finished. Whoosh! Jiang Zhen's face turned pale. The other 10 Divine Star Academy students also looked defeated. The Imperial City battle had not even begun, and the strongest, Yi Fei, had been killed by Lin Shan in front of everyone. This result was too painful and too heavy. Because of this, the Divine Star Academy would once again be severely suppressed by the Lin family. Nothing. Yi Fei run. Jiang Zhen couldn't help but shout. Although running for his life was embarrassing, it was still better than being killed by Lin Shan. Run. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He wanted to run, but Lin Shan's talent was shocking, and he was good at scheming. How could this person let him escape so easily? Forget it, Lin Shan. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Since you don't have the qualifications to be the number 1 of the Tianhe Kingdom, then let me be. Black iron heavy sword slash. Boom. Yi Fei no longer hid. His hand touched his spatial belt, and a huge black divine sword appeared in his hand. However, When this divine sword appeared, the surrounding air was pressured until it rumbled. There was no other way. This divine sword was too heavy. It was a terrifying black, iron-heavy mountain. Especially with Xiao Chao's spiritual attachment, the weight of the black, iron-heavy sword had reached an astonishing degree. Originally, this heavy sword required 40,000 jin of divine strength to be lifted, but after Yi Fei activated the two divine imprints on it, this black iron heavy sword required 80,000 jin of divine strength to be lifted, 90,000 jin of divine strength to be wielded, and 100,000 jin of divine strength to be able to unleash its true power. And this level of divine strength was something that many dominators couldn't achieve. It could be said that only Yi Fei could lift the black iron heavy sword and wield it as he wished. In the end, Yi Fei grabbed the divine sword with one hand and smashed it forward. 100,000 jin of divine strength, coupled with the divine imprints after Xiao Chao's spiritual attachment, instantly turned this heavy sword into the most terrifying weapon in the world. It smashed forward and the surrounding space exploded. Lin Shen's dual spear divine ability felt as though he was not stabbing a sword, but a terrifying black iron mountain. The spear radiance of the rank 3 divine spear was blocked by Yi Fei's rank 3 divine sword, while the drifting snow spear was smashed to the point that the spear body was bent violently. Lin Shen cried out in pain. His entire body shook violently from the impact, and he spat out blood continuously. It couldn't be helped. Yi Fei's black iron heavy sword was too heavy. Even if he didn't use any divine ability, just the weight of the black iron and the 100,000 jin of divine strength was enough to make this black iron heavy sword become the most terrifying divine ability. And Lin Chen's physical strength was only a mere 40,000 jin of divine strength. Compared to Yi Fei's humanoid dragon, it was the difference between a ferocious tiger and a divine dragon. The dual spears and dual swords clashed 10 times, and Lin Chen couldn't withstand Yi Fei's divine strength anymore. He quickly retreated with a pale face. Kill! But before Lin Chen could retreat, Yi Fei roared fiercely. It was like the fury of a demon or the roar of a dragon. The black iron heavy sword in his hand suddenly turned into a shooting star, smashing Lin Chen back another step. The dark force in his body was scattered. Kill! Yi Fei continued to roar. His entire body turned into a terrifying killing machine with no blind spots. His black iron heavy sword danced faster and faster. While Lin Shen's dark force was scattered and he couldn't use any divine ability, Yi Fei suddenly threw away the rank 3 divine sword, held the black iron heavy sword tightly with both hands, and slashed fiercely at Lin Shen. Over. Chapter 2022. Yi Fei, I will never. Lin Shen roared like a wild beast. He admitted that his battle experience was still lacking compared to Yi Fei's, but in terms of martial arts, he was stronger than Yi Fei, especially the Lin clan's dual spear theurgy. This was the Lin clan's hidden trump card. Lin Shen was very confident that with this dual spear theurgy, he would be able to face off against an overlord. He was confident that he could fight against a dominator. However, Lin Shen had miscalculated. He had considered Yi Fei's martial arts and the possibility that the Divine Star Academy would provide Yi Fei with a rank 3 godly sword. He had also considered that Yi Fei would be able to obtain a rank 4 godly material through the Qijin Pavilion. The only thing he hadn't considered was that Yi Fei would really be able to attach this dark steel sword within a month. The dark steel sword had successfully attached itself to it, and it was a second attachment. Even Madame Meng from the Qijin Pavilion hadn't expected that Yi Fei, who had obtained the dark steel sword, would have such a terrifying battle prowess. With just the strength of his physical body, he was able to completely crush Lin Chen, who was using the dual spear theurgy. Lin Chen's body suddenly exploded with immense rage. However, his rage was quickly drowned out by Yi Fei's dark steel sword. Shattering the rank 3 godly spear wasn't enough. Yi Fei's dark steel sword became even faster and heavier. In the eyes of the crowd, it was no longer a sword, but a terrifying dark steel mountain. Yi Fei was no longer a human, but a terrifying humanoid vicious beast, a demon from the outer realm. When the Darksteel sword smashed down, Lin Shen's body was like a cannonball, falling from the sky and smashing into the ground. His entire body created a huge crater in the sturdy ground. In the crater, Lin Shen's body was covered in blood. All of his bones were emitting cracking sounds. Only his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Yi Fei, you forced me to do this. I will not lose. Lin Shen, will definitely not lose. Lin Shen's mouth was filled with blood as he roared. The pride of being the number one in the Imperial City would not allow him to be defeated. The glory of being a genius of the Lin clan would not allow him to be defeated. Hence, he went crazy. He realized that he was no match for Yi Fei in a normal battle. Lin Shen, at this moment, suddenly ignited his own sky palace. A celestial palace of ice and snow appeared above his head. On the Emperor's throne, the souls roared, and the 8 gates of the celestial palace opened. The powerful force smashed Lin Shen into the ground. At the same time, his entire being was filled with rage and murderous intent. He charged toward the sky and towards Yi Fei. Seeing this, Yi Fei's expression suddenly turned completely cold. He didn't say anything, but with a boom, he opened his own sky palace. On the Emperor's throne, Yi Fei's soul suddenly exploded with a layer of golden light, and then his sky palace opened completely. The Baji Heavenly Palace had an 8-fold increase in combat power. It also made the black iron heavy sword in Yi Fei's hand become even more resplendent and dazzling. The originally heavy black iron heavy sword suddenly became nimble and light in Yi Fei's hands. Not only did it contain Yi Fei's terrifying divine power, but it also contained Yi Fei's terrifying Xian force. In the instant when these two forces overlapped, Yi Fei once again used the Heart Sword Theurgy. A special 8 trigrams pattern appeared between heaven and earth. This was Yi Fei's current strongest Taiji 8 trigram sword. Relying on the black iron heavy sword, Yi Fei finally used the Heart Sword Theurgy in its most glorious and dazzling form. The moment this 8 trigrams sword Theurgy appeared, the surrounding space completely collapsed. When this 8 trigrams sword Theurgy hit Lin Shen's body, which had risen into the air, was smashed into the ground. It was deformed. Lin Shen, you have lost. Yi Fei shouted coldly. No, I will not lose. In this Tianhe nation, no one could defeat me, Lin Shen. No one else can, not you. Lin Shen was mad with jealousy. His anger caused large amounts of blood to spurt out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This blood was quickly absorbed by the drifting snow spear in his hand and burned. Boom! Suddenly, the second Theurgy rune on the drifting snow spear lit up completely. This also temporarily raised Lin Shen's combat strength from the heavenly venerate realm to the sovereign realm. However, what shocked Lin Shen was that even after fully activating the second sovereign rune, he still couldn't block Yi Fei's attack. There was no other way. The black iron heavy sword strength was too terrifying. Without using Theurgy, even a sovereign realm expert could be killed by a single strike from the black iron heavy sword. Not to mention, Yi Fei had also used Xian force. This was no longer just pure physical strength, but a combination of physical Theurgy and martial Theurgy. The Supreme Sword. Even if Lin Shen opened his sky palace, he still wasn't a match for such a heavy sword. He was smashed down from the sky once again. This time, it was even more tragic and pathetic than the first time. However, Lin Shen still didn't admit defeat. Instead, a crazed expression appeared in his eyes. I definitely won't lose to a loose cultivator like you. I am Lin Shen, the number 1 in the royal capital. 3rd level divine rune. Activate for me. Lin Shen had gone completely crazy. He was already used to being the number 1 in the royal capital. He was used to looking down on everyone else. In the entire Tianhe kingdom, only he was number 1. Even if he had to risk his life, he would protect this number 1 position. Thus, Lin Shen brazenly activated the drifting snow spear's 3rd divine rune. Once this divine rune was activated, what he obtained was no longer an attack from a sovereign realm expert, but an attack from the Lord of Heaven. This was enough to instantly kill Yi Fei. When they sensed what Lin Shun was about to do, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Jiang Zhen's expression changed greatly. This Lin Shun is crazy. He is a heavenly venerate. Activating the second-level divine rune of a sovereign is already his limit. He actually wants to follow in Lin Rong's footsteps. He wants to kill Yi Fei, even if he has a sovereign source. When the older generation cultivators heard these words, their faces were filled with shock. It was as if the scene between Yi Fei and Lin Shun had also occurred in the royal capital's hunting grounds. Lin Rong's face alternated between green and white. He suddenly roared, "Quick, stop him!" Lin Shen's desire to win is too strong, so strong that he has already lost all reason. He is courting death. You want to follow in my footsteps. Lin Rong, it's too late. Lin Shun has already started to burn his own soul. Another sovereign realm expert of the Lin family said, his face filled with fear. The price of forcefully activating a high-level divine rune was to exhaust one's own soul. At this moment, this Lin family elder no longer hoped to stop Lin Shun. He only hoped that Lin Shun would be able to kill Yi Fei as quickly as possible before his own source was exhausted. That way, he would be able to reduce the loss of his soul. Rumble. At this moment, the figure of a purple-gold youth suddenly appeared in the sky. This youth was Yi Fei. When he discovered that Lin Shun was about to activate a third-level divine rune, Yi Fei understood how terrifying the attack of the Lord of Heaven was. Naturally, he didn't dare to hide his strength. When he ignited his sky palace, he had already activated his battle shaman body and sovereign realm body. Then, he poured all his strength into the dark steel heavy sword. This sword strike contained all the strength of Yi Fei's body. It even shattered the space around him. The ground of the royal capital rumbled. Chapter 2023. A terrifying crack appeared on the body of the fluttering snow spear, and the location of the crack happened to be where Lin Shun had activated the third divine sigil, which he had sacrificed his soul to activate. Bang! The appearance of the crack instantly extinguished the third divine imprint on the drifting snow spear. It also completely cut off Lin Shen's attempt to use this divine imprint to reverse the situation, or even to perish together with Yi Fei. No matter how much Lin Shun struggled, no matter how much he resisted, in the end, he could only look at Yi Fei in utter despair. The black iron heavy sword smashed heavily on his body. "Ah!" Lin Shen screamed miserably. His body was like a rag as he was smashed to the ground by the black iron heavy sword for the fourth time. Lin Shen had originally planned to do this to Yi Fei, and this time, Lin Shun did not stand up again, because his entire chest was directly hit by the dark steel heavy sword's astonishing power. However, Lin Shun was a heavenly venerable after all. Even so, he didn't die. He raised his head with difficulty and glared at Yi Fei with rage and hatred. It was this hatred that made Yi Fei want to kill Lin Shun. However, before he could walk over and kill Lin Shun, a pair of eyes glared at him. Suddenly, an even more venomous gaze stared at him. It was the gaze of the Lin family's previous generation genius, Lin Rong. I recognize that purplish gold technique. That's Chen Dutian's power. You are Chen Dutian. I, Lin Rong, have finally found you. I didn't lose the battle back then. How could the #1 genius of the Imperial City lose to a country bumpkin like you? Lin Rong's tone was almost the same as Lin Shen's, but the difference was that Lin Rong's aura was crazier. He even started to speak like a lunatic. He actually thought that Yi Fei was Chen Dutian, the opponent that he wanted to defeat his entire life. This madness completely went out of control when he saw Yi Fei's sovereign divine body. Lin Rong suddenly charged into the sky and waved his hand. The fluttering snow spear that was originally in Lin Shen's hand was now in Lin Rong's hand. Then, the whole sky was filled with Lin Rong's crazy roar. "Chen Duqian, did you come back because you want to continue the battle from 50 years ago?" Lin Rong gripped the drifting snow spear tightly with both hands and made a fighting posture. His dispirited expression turned into madness. His snow-white hair burned with divine light. His old voice was filled with extreme excitement. Lin Shen lost, and Lin Rong went crazy. What the hell is going on? Why did the Imperial City hunt turn out like this? Chen Duqian? I remember now. Back then, Lin Rong had also activated the third-level divine imprint on the drifting snow spear, but he was still defeated. He was defeated by Chen Duqian, and that defeat became a shadow that haunted him for the rest of his life. Lin Rong's madness evoked the memories of many older powerhouses. After all, Chen Duqian had once shocked all the young powerhouses in the imperial city of the Heavenly River. Upon hearing these words, Lin Rong's originally deranged expression suddenly became even more deranged. The drifting snow spear in his hand suddenly blossomed with an even more dazzling light. The originally extinguished third divine inscription instantly lit up completely, and a terrifying amount of goose-feather snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. That wasn't real blood, but the spear light that Lin Rong had unleashed. However, the spear light was too fast and too terrifying. It actually created a strange phenomenon. The few martialists who had been talking about Lin Rong's defeat were instantly swallowed up by the endless snowstorm. All that was left was an ice sculpture. Even the Sky Palace's divine soul had been blasted into ice shards. Lin Rong casually killed these martialists, but he didn't even blink as he stared at Yi Fei. Chen Duqian, tell them that I didn't lose back then, and you didn't win either. After all, I didn't die, so it wasn't considered a defeat. You didn't kill me, so it wasn't considered a victory either. You think so too. That's why you came back to continue our battle, isn't it? Am I right? Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Lin Rong's crazed expression. He couldn't imagine how much of a blow Lin Rong had suffered back then. Lin Rong, who had once been a genius who could have broken through to the Lord of Heaven, had actually become a crazed ruler. Chen Duqian might have even become Lin Rong's inner demon. Lin Rong might have mistaken him for Chen Duqian because of this inner demon. After all, Yi Fei also walked the path of despair, just like Chen Duqian. Their auras were of the same origin. Yi Fei suddenly felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have released his sovereign divine body and triggered the inner demon hidden in Lin Rong's heart. He didn't answer Lin Rong's question. Yi Fei sheathed his sword, turned around, and ran away. He had the confidence to face a heavenly venerate like Lin Shun, but he didn't have the confidence to face a crazed ruler like Lin Rong. Chen Duqian, you can't leave. I, Lin Rong, only want to defeat you and then kill you. Only when you are dead can my heart be at peace. I want your life. I want to take back the #1 position that belongs to me. Lin Rong roared. His crazed aura became even crazier. He didn't differentiate between friend and foe. While he chased after Yi Fei, he also started a crazy massacre of the surrounding martialists. Any martialists who were swept into this snowstorm were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Their sky palaces collapsed, their spiritual souls exploded, and they died a violent death. Screams, curses, and terrified pleas for mercy could be heard everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying spear light swept toward Yi Fei. Yi Fei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His powerful battle instincts made him instantly use his Darksteel heavy sword as a shield to block the attack. Even so, the attack of a ruler still made Yi Fei's entire body go numb. The web between his thumb and forefinger exploded, and fresh blood stained the Darksteel heavy sword. However, Yi Fei didn't hesitate. The moment he blocked the spear light, he turned around like a ferocious tiger. 50,000 kilograms of explosive divine strength slashed behind him. Bang! Another spear light blocked the Darksteel heavy sword. Suddenly, a ruler of the Lin family in green walked out from the snowstorm. It wasn't Lin Rong. You want to kill me too? Yi Fei's expression turned cold. That's right. I want to kill you. I want to defeat Lin Shun and drive Lin Rong crazy. I don't care what your relationship with Chen Duqian is. You must die today. The ruler of the Lin family had a sinister expression. As he spoke, the terrifying spear light pierced toward Yi Fei again. The shadow of death made Yi Fei's back go cold. He hurriedly ignited his sky palaces again and waved his dark steel heavy sword in front of him. This time, the huge force almost caused Yi Fei's clenched fist to explode. His body was also uncontrollably sent flying a few hundred meters. However, Yi Fei didn't dare to let down his guard. He clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain in his fists. He continued to use his dark steel heavy sword as a shield to block the attack. Lin Sheng, if you dare to hurt Yi Fei, my Divine Star Academy will not rest until your Lin family is dead. Chapter 2024. Only heavenly venerates could enter the Imperial City Hunt. This was an ironclad rule. There was also an absolute restriction set up by the Sky River Emperor, the only Tao Lord of the Tiana Nation. Such a restriction was an eternal law of heaven and earth in the Earth Realm. Unless someone had the strength of a Tao Lord and could break this rule, no one above the ruler realm could even dream of entering the Imperial City Hunt. Upon hearing Jiang Zhen's warning, Yi Fei's figure suddenly retreated rapidly. He executed the Great Void Step once again and rushed towards a tall teleportation platform in the middle of the Imperial City Plaza. Yi Fei, don't even think about running. The only consequence of offending the Lin family is death. Lin Sheng grinned maliciously. The snowstorm in the sky was even more frightening. The one-line sky was covered in snow. Lin Sheng raised his spear and thrust forward like an emperor of ice and snow. He ruled over heaven and earth and controlled life and death. Boom! An even more frightening spear light pierced down. This time, Yi Fei threw caution to the wind and unleashed all his mystiques. The Octopole Sky Dragon, the Mind Sword Mystique, and the Overlord Halberd. The three mystiques formed three terrifying beams of mystique light that shattered space, but couldn't shatter the ice and snow in the sky. Lin Sheng smirked as the spear light in his hand suddenly pierced towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei also smiled. He had only released his mystique to stall for time. Yi Fei took advantage of this time to quickly raise the dark steel heavy sword in front of him like a shield. Lin Sheng's divine spear didn't pierce Yi Fei's body. Instead, it struck the dark steel heavy sword once again, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Yi Fei's arms and tibia were finally unable to withstand the terrifying power of the ruler mystique. His bones cracked and broke, and two bloody gashes appeared between his thumb and index finger. However, despite his pitiful appearance, Yi Fei had once again blocked the ruler mystique's attack. His body was like a cannonball as he was pushed back rapidly by the terrifying force of the spear mystique. The direction in which Yi Fei was pushed back happened to be in the direction of the Imperial City Hunt and the teleportation platform. This outcome greatly exceeded Lin Sheng's expectations. How is this possible? I used my full strength 3 times in a row, yet the dark steel heavy sword blocked all of them. Could it be a 5th grade divine material and not a 4th grade divine material? After all, Lin Sheng had a spear that was a 4th grade divine material. Even without spiritual attachment, his attack power as a sovereign was enough to easily destroy other godly materials. The only thing he couldn't destroy was a rank 5 godly material. Such a godly material was extremely rare in the Lin family. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly became greedy. He didn't just want Yi Fei's life. He also wanted the strange black iron heavy sword in Yi Fei's hand. And I, and you. How terrifyingly fast was a hegemon. As Lin Sheng spoke, he had already crossed several kilometers. It looked like he was about to catch up to Yi Fei. Yi, come. If you dare to take a step closer to the teleportation platform, I will kill you. A middle-aged man in a robe suddenly appeared on the teleportation platform. This man was also a ruler, and a ruler from the imperial family. However, he kept a low profile. Even when Lin Rong went berserk, he did not appear. It was only when Yi Fei was about to rush into the teleportation platform that this ruler finally could not hold it in any longer. At this moment, he actually dashed down from the teleportation platform and sent out a sinister palm strike. His intention was not to kill Yi Fei, but to force Yi Fei back to Lin Cheng's side. This way, he wouldn't need to offend the Divine Star Academy too much, and would be able to borrow the Lin clan's hand to eliminate Yi Fei. Lin Cheng, who had rushed over from behind, laughed maniacally. "Thank you, King Lu. Yi Fei, why don't you run? I'm standing right here. Let's see how an ant like you can escape from my clutches. This black iron heavy sword is a waste in the hands of a country bumpkin like you. Hurry up and hand it over." Lin Cheng's face was full of greed. A large hand formed from Xian energy reached out to grab the black iron heavy sword. The ruler smiled and stared at Yi Fei as if he was looking at a fat sheep. "Since Brother Cheng wants the heavy sword, I will not stand on ceremony. I will reluctantly accept this lowly commoner's space belt." Without a doubt, this ruler had his eyes on Yi Fei's treasures, especially Yi Fei's Emperor's Throne technique. It was very likely that it was hidden in the space belt. This was also the reason why the ruler had suddenly attacked Yi Fei. He wanted to hit him while he was down and make a fortune. This is the ruler. I have learned my lesson. However, I have always left my treasures for the dead. Ruler, Lin family, you have forced me to do this. Origin, burn for me. Yi Fei suddenly roared. Faced with the simultaneous attacks of two rulers, Yi Fei followed Lin Chen's example. He burned his own heavenly venerate Origin and his sky palace divine soul. Stimulated by this power, the first divine pattern on Yi Fei's black iron heavy sword lit up instantly. Very quickly, the second divine pattern also lit up completely, giving Yi Fei a hint of the ruler's aura. However, this was still not enough. Yi Fei continued to roar crazily. The black iron heavy sword in his hand suddenly emitted an even brighter light. It seemed like the third divine pattern was about to ignite on the black iron heavy sword. At this point, Lin Cheng's Xian energy hand was less than a meter away from the black iron heavy sword. At this distance, he only needed to reach out gently, and he could forcefully snatch Yi Fei's black iron heavy sword away. However, this 1 meter distance was something that Lin Cheng did not dare to cross no matter what. A chasm. Yi Fei had already burned his origin and activated the third-level divine pattern on the black iron heavy sword. Once this divine pattern was activated, Yi Fei would no longer possess the power of a ruler. He would possess the power of the Lord of Heaven. Although this power could only be released once, it would be enough to easily kill a ruler. Almost instinctively, Lin Cheng felt a trace of fear. Before he could grab Yi Fei, his body seemed to have been electrocuted. He frantically retreated, not daring to get close to Yi Fei. The royal ruler, who coveted Yi Fei's treasures, was also retreating. As he retreated, he cursed furiously. "Wretched commoner, you wretched, wretched commoner. When this madness wears off, I will make you wish you were dead. Old dog, you won't have that chance. As long as I, Yi Fei, am alive, I will definitely avenge today's grievances. Anyone who stands in my way will die." Besides King Lu, there were also dozens of royal family heavenly venerate imperial guards around the teleportation platform. However, when they saw Yi Fei burn his origin and soul to activate the third-level spiritual attachment, all of the imperial guards instantly dispersed. Nobody dared to stand in Yi Fei's way and risk their lives. Chapter 2025. Uncle, Your Highness, you've been tricked. I saw it clearly. Yi Fei only had 2 spirit attachments on his heavy sword. He didn't even have a third-level divine imprint. Suddenly, Lin Chen rushed over from afar. Although he had lost miserably, he was still angered to the point of vomiting blood when he saw that Yi Fei had successfully entered the transmission array. He mercilessly exposed Yi Fei's true identity. When King Lu heard this, his face turned ashen. He had risked defending the Divine Star Academy in order to borrow the Lin clan's hand to kill Yi Fei. He had also wanted to provoke an even greater conflict between the Divine Star Academy and the Lin clan. In the end, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, he had been tricked by an Empyrean Junior. Of course, the one who was the most angry was Lin Cheng. One had to know that Lin Cheng's hand was only a meter away from Yi Fei. He could have snatched the heavy sword away at any time. In the end, because of Yi Fei's sudden act of burning his soul source, Lin Cheng had actually been frightened into retreating. He had lost all faith as a sovereign. Lin Cheng was so angry that the divine spear in his hand trembled. Unfortunately, only Empyreans could enter the transmission array. At this moment, even if Lin Cheng hated Yi Fei to the bone, he could forget about rushing in to kill Yi Fei. Lin Cheng was so angry that he flew into a rage. He grabbed a few Lin clan disciples and threw them towards the transmission array. Scram! All of you get in there and kill Yi Fei. Kill him ruthlessly for me. People from other clans, listen up. From now on, the Imperial City hunt is to hunt Yi Fei. Who can kill Yi Fei? Fei, whoever's clan, can form an alliance with my Lin clan. Boom! Lin Cheng's words made the warriors of the nearby families, who were gradually stabilizing, breathe rapidly. It should be known that the Lin family was now at the peak of their power. The Imperial City only knew of the Lin family, but not the Imperial family. In such a situation, who knew when the Tianhe kingdom would change, and the Lin family would also from a clan to an Imperial clan? At this time, if any family could form an alliance with the Lin family, the benefits in the future would be too great. As soon as Lin Cheng's words were spoken, more than a dozen families and sects immediately issued orders. Quick, charge in and cooperate with the Lin family. No matter what, we must take Yi Fei's head. Kill our way in. Kill Yi Fei. Get rid of the devil. Elder, this would offend the Death God Star Academy. Bullshit, that Yi Fei is only a guest elder of the Divine Star Academy, an outsider. He hasn't even officially joined the Divine Star Academy. So what do we have to be afraid of? Besides, with the protection of the Lin clan, why should we be afraid of the Divine Star Academy? The hearts of the elders of these clans were all clear. No matter how strong the Divine Star Academy was, it was still just an academy. As for the Lin clan, they had the potential to become part of the royal clan in the future. Who would want to be a vassal of the emperor? Hence, as soon as Lin Cheng's promise was made, almost half of the clans present were incomparably excited as they accepted Lin Cheng's orders. They madly urged the younger generation of their clans to charge up the teleportation platform and kill Yi Fei. The remaining half of the smaller clans and sects, although they didn't dare to offend the Divine Star Academy, didn't want to give up on this hunt in the Imperial City. They also formed groups of 3 to 5 and charged up the teleportation platform. In the sky, Jiang Zhen let out a roar of rage and tried to charge over to stop these clans. Unfortunately, at the same time as he made his promise, Lin Cheng actually brought He Chun, Wang Zhongshan, and a few other sovereigns from the vassal clans into the sky, completely surrounding Jiangzhen. As for King Lu, who had finally managed to show his face in public, after the conflict in the public square had ended, he was once again ignored by the other clans. Nobody cared about how this King Lu felt. King Lu's face turned gloomy and gloomy. After passing through the teleportation gate, what appeared in front of Yi Fei's eyes was a desolate battlefield. This battlefield was filled with broken walls and ruins. In the distant horizon, he could vaguely see the tattered flag of the Tianhe kingdom fluttering high up in the air. Below the flag, there was a dilapidated military camp. At this moment, Yi Fei was forcefully teleported to the vicinity of one of the military camps. Whoosh! The originally deathly, silent military camp was suddenly filled with a terrifying rain of arrows. These arrows were all tattered, but they carried with them a boundless, baleful aura. Yi Fei subconsciously raised his black iron heavy sword to block in front of him. With a loud clang, a huge force suddenly came from behind the black iron heavy sword. Yi Fei raised his head in shock, and suddenly discovered that these tattered arrows were actually emitting billowing black chi. This black chi condensed and condensed. It condensed into numerous terrifying Yin soldiers wearing metal armor and carrying divine spears and sabers. This is the heavenly, venerable, baleful energy. Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end. It was not that he had never seen baleful energy before, but it was mostly formed from the resentment of people after they died. It was a Een soldier without much intelligence. But the baleful energy that appeared this time was different. They actually knew how to hide in the rain of arrows, and silently completed the encirclement. Then, they began to mercilessly hunt the prey in the encirclement. The smell of a living person was also the favorite smell of the baleful energy. Because as long as it absorbed enough human life, the baleful energy could continue to transform and become stronger and more ferocious. Therefore, many experts like to raise some ferocious baleful energy in their tombs to protect their mausoleums. It was just that there were usually not many of these baleful energy. It was the first time Yi Fei had seen someone like the Tianhe Kingdom who directly opened up a space and placed thousands of baleful energy barracks. This was no longer a hunt. It was purely sending a large number of young, heavenly venerables into this space to die. At the same time that the baleful energy appeared, Yi Fei also saw many young men and women walking out of the barracks. Their clothes were very shabby. Some had disheveled hair and dirty faces. Some were covered in blood. Some were headless, and some were broken. However, they all had a common characteristic. That was they were filled with endless Yin Qi. Kill him. Turn him into one of us. Suddenly, a hoarse mechanical roar came from one of the corpse-like bodies. It was as if the general had given the order. The baleful energy that surrounded Yi Fei immediately moved. They instinctively formed military formations. There were dozens and hundreds of them. They shouted and let out ghostly cries of death as they charged towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei's back started to turn cold. Seeing so many ghosts suddenly appear, Xiao Chao was so frightened that he grabbed the dragon turtle tightly and hid in his spiritual medicine blanket, not daring to come out. Kill. Demon Yi, where do you think you are going? Today will be the day you die. Just as the large number of Yin soldiers charged towards Yi Fei like a tidal wave, a large number of martial artists from various clans also charged in from the other side of the teleportation platform with bloodshot eyes. Then, they looked in shock at the hundreds of heavenly venerables' baleful energy in this space. Why are there so many baleful energy? Didn't our family tell us that a barracks can only produce 20 baleful energy at most? Don't worry so much. There are so many of us. What's there to be afraid of? Let's kill these baleful energy first and then surround Yi Fei. We'll capture this demon and send him to the Lin family. Many clans were eager to give it a try. Among them, Wang Jian's eyes were bloodshot. He straightened his neck and couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with Yi Fei. However, before they could make a move. Chapter 2026. There were 1,000 barracks, and every barracks had a large group of termination energy walking out coldly. Based on the size of the barracks, the amount of termination energy that walked out was different too. The smallest number was 100 and the largest number was 1,000. When the termination energy appeared, not only did Yi Fei's scalp go numb, all the young warriors who entered the land of termination energy turned pale with fright. A few female warriors were so frightened that they started crying on the spot. Although they were all elites from their respective families, due to the decline of the royal family, the imperial city hunt over the years had become a feast for the families to divide the royal family's wealth and treasury to hunt the termination energy. There was no danger at all. In the past, during the imperial city hunt, there were even people who fought and killed each other for the baleful energy. However, it was different this time. When they saw thousands of baleful energy walking out, no one was interested in hunting these baleful energy for the reward, because the termination energy had turned from prey to hunter, and all the warriors who entered the land of termination energy had become the most delicious food in the eyes of the termination energy. Dong dong dong. Without any warning, inside the dilapidated barracks, there was a loud beating of war drums. That was the signal for the termination energy to attack. If it was in the past, when the termination energy appeared, the young warriors who entered would have rushed forward to fight for the termination energy. Because in order to pass the Imperial City hunt, they had to defeat at least 100 termination energy. But now, in the face of the dense and silent, baleful energy army, everyone at the scene was terrified and trembling. Many warriors started to push and shove each other as they retreated. trying to return to the teleportation array and escape the terrifying land of termination energy. But before they could rush to the teleportation array that they entered from, the teleportation array suddenly disappeared without a trace. The teleportation array can't disappear. Damn it. I know. It must be the royal family. Only the royal family can control this land of termination energy. Damn it. When we return, we must ask the elders in our families to head to the palace and ask the royal family to give us justice. Kill our way into those dilapidated cities. Do not go near the barracks. That is the main camp of the termination energy. The first to step forward were the warriors from the Lin family. They were the victors of the previous Imperial City hunts. It could be said that other than the royal family, the Lin family had the best understanding of termination energy. They were also the first group of people to calm down. Taking advantage of the fact that the termination energy had not surrounded them, these Lin family practitioners actually formed a formation of dozens of people and rapidly charged towards the weakest area of the termination energy. Moreover, the direction they were charging towards was where Yi Fei was. Yi Fei's expression suddenly turned grave. He was first surrounded by hundreds of termination energy and could not move. At this moment, if the dozens of Lin family warriors also rushed over to add insult to injury, his situation would be very bad. In addition, in order to charge into the land of termination energy, Yi Fei had to endure 3 attacks from Lin Cheng, a dominator. His injuries were also very serious. Not good. If I am surrounded by the termination energy and the Lin family warriors, no matter how strong I am, there is a high possibility that I will die here. I have to distance myself from these people. Sensing that the situation was not right, Yi Fei did not hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of the fact that the termination energy only surrounded him and did not attack, Yi Fei decided to strike first. In the battle with the Dominator, the tibia of his right hand had been broken and could only hang by his side. However, even if it was just one hand, Yi Fei's physical strength of 100,000 pounds could still be used. When he brandished the black iron-heavy sword, it was like a terrifying black iron-heavy mountain. Roar! Stimulated by Yi Fei's attack, the termination energy surrounding him also moved. They let out a ghostly howl and suddenly raised the divine spears and divine sabers in their hands and slashed forward at the same time. Instantly, a gust of cold wind turned into a sinister wind and blew towards Yi Fei, causing him to feel a bone-chilling cold. What was even more frightening was that as the sinister wind blew, he actually had the illusion that the blood in his body was gradually draining away. At the same time, countless divine spears and divine sabers suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no end to them, and they were about to completely engulf him. Yi Fei's expression was cold. The black iron heavy sword in his hand swept forward. The heavy black iron heavy sword had already caused the surrounding air to explode with a violent boom. Then, this boom formed a terrifying shockwave. With a boom, the termination energy charging towards Yi Fei had already been shaken to the ground. A huge gap had also appeared in the tight formation. Yi Fei immediately took advantage of this gap and charged out with the black iron heavy sword in one hand. However, just as he was about to strike, a large number of Lin family warriors also rushed over from afar. Among them, Wang Jian was the fastest and fiercest. Clearly, he also knew that Yi Fei had been severely injured by the Dominator and was at his weakest. Young Master Wang, who was anxious for revenge, was even more valiant for once. He was actually the first to charge through the layers of termination energy and chased closely behind Yi Fei. He caught up. Demon Yi, stop right there. This young master is going to take your head today. Wang Jian was in high spirits. Not only did he have a halberd in his hand, but he was also wearing thick armor. Although it was only a Tier 1 spirit-enhanced armor, it still greatly increased Wang Jian's attack and defense. Yi Fei could not help but be shocked. The human demon is right. With hatred comes power. Unfortunately, hatred can bring power, but it can also blind you. Wang Jian, you'd better turn around and see what's behind you. Shut up, shameless devil. If this young master believes another word of yours, then this young master is transformed from a pig." Wang Jian's resentment soared. The halberd in his hand suddenly transformed into an enraged divine dragon. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yi Fei whole. Yi Fei did not resist. Instead, he remained very serious and advised sincerely, "Wang Jian, I'm not lying to you this time. There's a big guy behind you." "Bullshit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" "Yi Fei, kneel down and accept your death." Boom! A dazzling light suddenly erupted from Wang Jian's body. However, it wasn't the light of his martial path that he used to attack Yi Fei. Instead, it was something that attacked his body, activating the defensive divine inscriptions on his spirit-augmented battle armor. Wang Jian turned his head in shock. Behind him was the cold and pale face of the baleful energy. A broken arrow was stuck in its forehead. At this moment, it was the baleful energy that silently approached Wang Jian. It suddenly pulled out the arrow from its head. The arrow turned into a sinister cold light and instantly shattered Wang Jian's armor. The sharp arrow pierced through Wang Jian's chest from his back. Arg! The excruciating pain of having his body pierced made Wang Jian scream miserably. His survival instincts made him struggle violently. He ignited his own sky palaces, and the 6th-level sky palaces opened with a loud rumble. However, before Wang Jian could use his mystique. Chapter 2027. Bam! Without the control of his soul, the sky palace that had just been opened suddenly closed. Wang Jian's entire body was dispirited. His body and soul were pierced through at the same time, causing this young heavenly venerable to be unable to use any Xian Qi. He cannot even move a finger. Within the hellish army of destruction camp, a bloodstained hook flew out and quickly dragged Wang Jian into the camp. The last thing Yi Fei heard was Wang Jian being dragged into the camp. That horrifying scream made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. He suddenly understood what the real hunt in the Imperial City was like. It was not the martial artists hunting the baleful energy. It was the baleful energy that was hunting the martial artists. And this space was obviously a place of great danger to nurture the baleful energy. It was also the burial ground of countless young heavenly venerables. But what was strange was that within the camp, Yi Fei could clearly sense Wang Jian's aura. Not only Wang Jian, there were many weak martial artists in the surroundings. Because they were alone or careless, some powerful, baleful energy silently approached them. Their bodies and souls were similarly imprisoned by the baleful energy. Then, countless chains began to appear in the camp, hooking onto their bodies and forcefully dragging them into the camp. "Guest Yi, save me." Suddenly, a cry for help rang out from afar, breaking Yi Fei's train of thought. It was a disciple of the Divine Star Academy who was carelessly grabbed by the baleful energy. In the blink of an eye, a tattered divine spear pierced through his chest and was about to pierce his soul. Yi Fei's expression changed. Although he did not join the Divine Star Academy, Jiang Zhen had treated him well. He could not leave him in the lurch. Before he could rush out of the encirclement of the baleful energy, Yi Fei's body suddenly leaped high into the air and directly charged towards the captured disciple. Roar! And Yi Fei's actions unintentionally angered the baleful energy that imprisoned Wang Jian. This baleful energy suddenly emitted a sinister wind that formed into arrows, wanting to shoot Yi Fei down from the sky. As for the other baleful energy, when they saw Yi Fei fly over their heads, they subconsciously raised their heads in anger. Roar! But strangely, they did not attack Yi Fei immediately. Instead, he was hesitating about something. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Yi Fei to arrive in front of the captured student in time. He raised his sword, and the terrifying weight of the dark steel heavy sword shattered the chains binding the student. Boom! Without the suppression of the chains, the student's celestial palace soul became active again. A celestial dragon of law rushed out of his body and coiled in front of him. At this time, the other 9 disciples of the Divine Star Academy had also gathered around. Although they were about the same age as Yi Fei, at this time, all of them had expressions of fear on their faces. They nervously asked Yi Fei, "Honored guest Yi, what is going on? Didn't they say that the Imperial City hunt was just a formality? Everyone who enters will be rewarded. Go through the motions? Does this look like a formality?" Yi Fei's expression was solemn. He did not know what the Imperial City hunt was like in the past, but this time, the scale of the termination energy was definitely not as simple as a hunt. Instead, it looked like it wanted to capture everyone here in one fell swoop. "Don't speak. Follow me closely. If you discover the termination energy, try not to attack if you can. Save as much energy as possible." The Divine Star Academy had treated him well. He could ignore the others, but for these 10 disciples, if Yi Fei had the ability, he would still take care of them. At the same time that Yi Fei rescued these 10 disciples, the entire land of termination energy was already filled with termination energy. Every step was filled with danger. Battles were breaking out everywhere. Everywhere, there were cultivators screaming in fear and crying for help. There were also many lone heavenly venerables who were killed by the termination energy. They were swallowed up in an instant. But these people did not die. Instead, they were like Wang Jian. Their bodies were pierced through, and their heavenly palace spiritual souls were sealed. Then, without a sound, countless strange chains stretched out from the military camp and trapped these people. Like animals, these people were dragged into the dark and gloomy military tents one by one. Occasionally, they could hear the screams of the people who were captured coming out from the military tents. They were even scarier than ghosts. Hearing these screams, not only were the 10 disciples frightened, even Yi Fei felt a sense of trepidation. He increasingly felt that this Imperial City hunt was not only problematic, but also very problematic. At this moment, he could only bring these disciples and run as far away from the barracks as possible. But within the barracks, the strange chains seemed to be endless. As long as someone was swallowed by the termination energy, the nearest barracks would definitely have a blood stain extending out, just like the chains that extended out from hell. It forcefully dragged these people into the tattered military tents. This scene frightened even more cultivators. Originally, there were more than 1,000 cultivators who came to participate in this Imperial City hunt. If all of them passed, just the rewards alone would be enough to empty the treasury of the Tiana Kingdom or even the royal family's treasury. But after an hour, there were less than 500 martial artists left in the land of termination energy who could still withstand the onslaught. Those who were able to remain at this moment were undoubtedly the true elites. Many of them had great talents, but unfortunately, no matter how great their talents were, they could not withstand the endless onslaught of the onslaught. Heavenly venerate termination energy. What made Yi Fei even more serious was that the land of termination energy was not formed naturally. It was a Tao Lord world created by the founding emperor of the Tianhe Kingdom, the Sky River Great Tao Lord. In this world, the Sky River Great Tao Lord had even set up a Tao Lord restriction, forming the unique laws of heaven and earth of this world. In this law, all the termination energy was almost unkillable. Unless the person who entered had the strength of a Tao Lord and could forcefully break the law, no matter how many termination energy there was, it would not be able to break the law. No matter how much termination energy was scattered, it would not take long for the scattered termination energy to condense again. No, staying here will only lead to death. Who among you knows a way out? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. After all, he had just arrived at the heavenly realm and was not familiar with many things. Hearing his words, the 10 disciples looked at each other and said together, "We only know that as long as we can hold on for 10 days, we will be automatically teleported out. The person who kills the most termination energy will be the winner." What, 10 days' time? Yi Fei's expression turned even uglier. He did not even have time to heal his injuries from the battle with the Dominator. Not to mention holding on for 10 days, even now, it was difficult for him to wield the black iron heavy sword. Knowing that it would take a long time to leave this place, Yi Fei did not dare to casually attack the termination energy. Instead, he avoided it as much as he could and tried his best to preserve his physical strength and dark force. At the same time, he looked around for a relatively safe place to heal his injuries. Chapter 2028. Make a detour. Yi Fei was very decisive. The path here was already blocked by the termination energy. When the 7 people on the other side were completely annihilated, then it would be their team's turn. The 10 Academy disciples immediately followed Yi Fei's orders and turned to leave. But there was still some termination energy that sensed the presence of a living person. Among them, the termination energy, wearing the general's armor, had already started to walk towards them with heavy steps. In his hand, there was a huge war hammer that was missing a piece. There were broken divine runes on it. It was obvious that he was the commander of this army of termination energy. Following the commander's actions, more termination energy turned their heads and stared at Yi Fei with sinister eyes. This also alerted the 7 youths who were surrounded. When they saw Yi Fei, one of the youths waved his hand excitedly and shouted, "Guest Elder Yi, it's me. Seeing that I once helped you take a beating, go up. I beg you, help me." Yi Fei was shocked to discover that among the 7 youths, one of them was someone he knew. It was Liu Yong from the Liu family of the Wu Ho government. As Liu Yong's height and build were similar to Yi Fei, and he liked to wear black clothes, he was mistaken by Wang Zhongshan at the city gate and was beaten up by Hichan. "You all stay here. I will go and save this person." Yi Fei instructed the students of the academy. After that, he didn't hesitate in the slightest to charge forward with the dark, iron heavy sword in hand. The students of the academy looked at each other in dismay. Didn't Yi Fei say that he wouldn't save them? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Seeing Yi Fei coming to help, Liu Yong's eyes were brimming with tears. "Who said that Yi Fei is a devil? Brother Yi is obviously a gentleman. He is much better than abandoning our Lin family. Brother Yi, I can't thank you enough." Liu Yong cupped his fists towards Yi Fei solemnly. Yi Fei immediately returned the gesture and said seriously, "You don't have to thank me. I'm just like this. A month ago at the city gate, you were beaten up by family He because you mistook me for him. But you also unintentionally covered for me. This time, I will help you to repay this favor." As he spoke, Yi Fei had already dashed over the heads of numerous termination energy soldiers and landed nimbly in the middle of the 7 people. His actions had completely angered the commander of the termination energy soldiers. With the sound of the wind, the commander swung his war hammer ferociously towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not even look. He used the black iron sword as a shield in front of him and leaned his body against the heavy sword. Even so, the baleful energy commander's hammer still caused Yi Fei's body to sway slightly. His expression changed instantly. This baleful energy commander must have been a body-refining heavenly venerable when he was alive. At least 50,000 kilograms. "You guys go quickly. I'll bring up the rear. Brother Yi, we can be considered to have gotten to know each other after a fight. I'll cover the rear with you. Everyone else, hurry up and kill your way out," Liu Yong said in a deep voice. Yi Fei looked at Liu Yong in surprise. When he saw that Liu Yong did not look like he was faking it, he nodded in his heart. He did not say anything else. Instead, he swung the black iron heavy sword with his left hand and smashed it down. A total of 100,000 gene of divine strength smashed the baleful energy commander into rolling on the ground. "Let's go." Liu Yong was good at seizing opportunities. He immediately ordered the other 6 people to quickly fly away. He gritted his teeth and really stayed behind to wait for Yi Fei. Yi Fei nodded. He did not say anything. When he defeated the baleful energy commander, he had already avoided the surrounding baleful energy soldiers. The 2 of them flew into the sky and rushed towards the empty space far away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But at this moment, the baleful energy army that had discovered the aura of living people in the sky suddenly raised their hands and raised their bows. A whistling rain of arrows rained down. Very quickly, the 6 people who had escaped earlier were all heavily injured. Liu Yong's eyes turned red. "Dinyo, Ernyo. Young master, don't worry about us. Young master Yi rarely gets attacked by baleful energy soldiers. Hurry up and leave." We'll cover the rear for you. These 6 people were obviously the elites of Wuho government. They knew that they could not escape. They all turn around. They would rather be captured by the baleful energy soldiers to cover Lu Yong's retreat. Yifei secretly nodded. If the guards were like that, it seemed like Lu Yong was not too bad. He could make friends with him. But they said that the baleful energy soldiers rarely attack me. What's up with that? Could it be that these baleful energy soldiers find me especially pleasing to the eye? They would not have known if they did not mention it. As they broke out of the encirclement, Yifei and Lu Yong were shocked to find out. They were running very fast in the sky. These baleful energy soldiers, although most of them were furiously raising their heads and roaring, but they actually did not shoot the rain of arrows. Yifei also found it strange. It seemed like as long as he did not initiate an attack on these baleful energy soldiers, these baleful energy soldiers would not listen to the commander's orders. They actually hesitated and did not attack him or the people around him. Lu Yong also quickly discovered this point. He was instantly agitated. Seems like the beating at the city gate was not enough. It was for nothing. Brother Yi, do you have any treasures on you that can counter the baleful energy soldiers? Bullshit treasures. I only have this black steel heavy sword on me. And in my situation, it seems like it only has a deterrent effect on normal baleful energy soldiers. The commander-level baleful energy soldiers do not seem to be affected. Yifei said calmly. He actually felt very strange in his heart. But before he could figure out the problem, the commander of the baleful energy soldiers, who had been defeated, had already furiously raised his war hammer and gave a hoarse order. Kill! Kill! The commander's order finally made these baleful energy soldiers stop hesitating. Instead, they stirred up a cold wind and charged towards Yifei. Lu Yong's expression changed instantly. Not good. These Sky River Imperial Guards are going berserk. Brother Yi, quickly follow me. I will bring you to a safe zone. There is a safe zone here. Yifei asked in surprise. Of course there is. There is a military city not far ahead. That is where the Sky River Imperial Guards were stationed when they were alive. Even if they turn into baleful energy soldiers, they will not destroy that place. Lu Yong replied as he ran. Yifei was even more surprised. You seem to know a lot. These baleful energy soldiers are all Sky River Imperial Guards? Lu Yong said seriously. Of course. My Lu family ancestor was also a Sky River Imperial Guard. However, he was severely injured in battle and his sky palace was destroyed. He could not be converted into baleful energy soldiers by the Tao Lord. That was how he managed to escape. Yifei, look. The Sky River Imperial Guards is right ahead. Not good. Those bastards from the Lin family have already taken over this city. The city. Yifei looked up, and his expression turned ugly. Not far ahead, there was indeed an extremely dilapidated military city. There were no houses in the city, only a huge martial arts arena. At this moment, many Lin family cultivators who had survived the disaster were gathered in this military city. Chapter 2029. Get out of the way. This military city is not yours. Since you can enter, we can naturally enter too. Lu Yong was after all the young master of Wuho government. No matter how strong the Lin family was, they could not go overboard. Hence, someone from the Lin family quickly stood out. His name was Lin Gui, the leader of the Lin family team. As for Lin Shun, he had already been beaten up so badly by Yifei that he did not have the face to enter. Lin Gui said in a deep voice, Lu Yong, we will give Wuho government face. You can enter, but Yifei cannot. Why? Lu Yong was unhappy. Yifei was his savior. How could he enter and leave his savior outside? Lin Gui's face turned cold. He threatened harshly, Lu Yong, don't cause trouble. Yifei has a grudge with our Lin family. It's already good that we did not kill him. You have 3 breaths. Are you going to enter or not? Boom. The rest of the Lin family disciples stepped forward at the same time and blocked the city gate. They also created a huge pressure on Yifei and Lu Yong. However, Lu Yong did not enter and remained outside. Yifei was surprised. You're not going in? Lu Yong's face turned red. I'm not going in. I, Liu Yong, still have some backbone. At most, I'll be captured by the termination energy. Yi Fei nodded secretly. He could not help but look at Liu Yong. He then walked in front of them and said, "You guys follow behind me. I'll bring you guys in now. What, fight our way in? Surnamed Yi, we admit that your talent is indeed strong, but you were heavily injured by Lin City's ruler. Do you still have the qualifications to challenge us now? Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish today." Lin Gui saw that the Termination Energy Army was still some distance away. He was instantly emboldened. He felt that this was the best chance to kill Yi Fei. Immediately, Lin Gui led a dozen Lin family sky venerable experts that he had selected earlier. They charged over together. The leader, Lin Gui, had the cultivation of a mid-stage sky venerable. He did not use the drifting snow spear, but the space-splitting spear. Every time the spear light stabbed out, it had the power to tear apart space. Charge together. Charge in with Brother Yi. Liu Yong was indeed from a family of generals. His entire body was filled with bravery. He was unwilling to hide in the back. Instead, he led 10 disciples and rushed forward to help Yi Fei share some of the pressure. However, more than 10 Lin family warriors immediately rushed out from the military city and blocked Liu Yong and the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Gui had already brandished his space-splitting spear, tearing through space and mercilessly thrusting it towards Yi Fei's body. It would be best if this spear could kill Yi Fei. Even if it couldn't, it could force him to do so. Since Fei could not enter the military city, he could only become the target of the termination energy. Boom! The dark steel heavy sword in Yi Fei's hands suddenly started to glow. The first-level divine runes of gravity on the surface of the dark steel heavy sword started to burn, causing the dark steel heavy sword in his hands to become even heavier. When Yi Fei raised his dark steel heavy sword, he didn't use any innate techniques. The heavy sword's terrifying weight was even more terrifying than Lin Gui's spatial Ren divine ability. Following that, Lin Gui's miserable screams and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Lin clan is nothing more than this. Today, I will enter the city. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to fight me. Yi Fei brandished his dark steel heavy sword and directly charged into the crowd of Lin clan warriors, causing them to fall into chaos. Although the dark steel heavy sword was only a grade 4 divine weapon, its hardness was comparable to that of a grade 5 divine material. With such hardness, it could even block the attacks of the dominator of Lin City. Although the Lin clan had the advantage in numbers, they relied on the dark steel heavy sword. When the Lin clan warriors released their sacred arts, Yi Fei used the dark steel heavy sword as a shield and blocked them. When the sacred arts dissipated, Yi Fei immediately seized the opportunity and swung his dark steel heavy sword wildly without even looking. A few Lin clan warriors were smashed until their bones and tendons were broken. They screamed and flew backwards. This also shocked the young warriors of the other clans in the city. No one expected Yi Fei to still have such terrifying combat strength after being severely injured by the Dominator. In particular, Yi Fei's divine strength of 50,000 Jin and the dark steel heavy sword in his hand made all the warriors present understand what it meant to have strength. What it meant to kill 1,000 people and be a match for 10,000 people. Pervert, too perverted. No wonder this demon lord Yi dares to openly go against the Lin clan. Nonsense! How can someone who can defeat Lin Chun be a simple person? This time, the Lin clan has really kicked a metal plate. Let's retreat quickly. Don't block this person's path. Boom! As Yi Fei swung his dark steel heavy sword and swept his way to the front of the city, the warriors who were still gathered at the city gate all dispersed. No one dared to attack Yi Fei. After all, in the Heaven Realm, martial arts were still respected, and the combat strength that Yi Fei had displayed was enough to make these proud families. The warriors of the human race feel fear and respect from the bottom of their hearts. Liu Yong's face was flushed red. Previously, he had been beaten up by He Chun at the city gate. As he was afraid of the Lin clan behind He Chun, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Now he could finally hold his head high. Yi Fei, You will definitely regret offending the Lin clan. Lin Gui's face was covered in dirt as he was helped up by his subordinates. They had so many people, but they were unable to stop Yi Fei. More than 10 of them had been casually defeated. The Lin clan's reputation had been completely lost. What was even more terrifying was that the termination energy in the distance had already charged over. Then, it unceremoniously grabbed the severely injured warriors of the Lin clan and pierced their bodies with metal chains, forcefully dragging them into the nearby military camp. Seeing this, Lin Gui spat out a mouthful of hot blood, but he had no choice but to quickly get up. Along with those who could run, he hurriedly ran into the military city. Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched. He had the intention to stop these Lin clan warriors from entering the city, but when he thought of the serious injuries on his body, he dismissed the idea. After all, his injuries were very serious. If he continued to fight, it would only worsen his injuries. Even if he managed to force all the warriors of the Lin clan out of the military city, it would only be a lose-lose situation, giving the other families a chance to take advantage of it. Hence, Yi Fei simply ignored Lin Gui and the others. He only led the way into the military city. Then he walked towards the only house in the city that was still relatively intact. Yi Yuan. Lin Gui entered the city with his injuries just in time to see this scene. He was so angry that he nearly fainted. One had to know that that house was the territory of the Lin clan. In the end, Yi Fei occupied at the moment he entered. "Oh no, Brother Gui, we still have a lot of soul stones in that house." Suddenly, a Lin clan disciple's face turned pale. Lin Gui was so angry that his injuries flared up. He fainted on the spot, causing an uproar and exclamation. Only those who had seen Yi Fei's ferocity and the terror of the black, iron-heavy sword. The Lin clan's warriors did not dare to offend him. After Lin Gui fainted on the spot, no matter how sullen and furious the warriors were, they did not dare to find trouble with Yi Fei, much less take back that stone house. In the house, naturally, Yi Fei also noticed the large number of soul stones that the Lin clan had piled up. There were about 300 to 500 of them. He was very surprised. "What are these things?" "These are soul stones condensed from baleful yin qi within the body of baleful energy. In the past, during the Imperial City hunt, we hunted for these soul stones and obtained 100 of them. Even if we pass, the family with the most soul stones will win and obtain a sovereign divine pill." Lu Yong stood to the side and explained. He was a martial marquis. Chapter 2030. Not only was Lu Yong knowledgeable, but his identity as Prince Wuho also allowed him to have a certain amount of connections in the Imperial City. As for why the Lin family had so many spirit stones, he went out and asked around. It turned out that the Lin family was the first to occupy this military city. Not only did they occupy the best territory, they also demanded that the other families that entered the city to hide must hand over a certain amount of demonic soldier soul stones. After all, in this Imperial City hunt, even though a large number of unexpected accidents had occurred, Lin Gui still had the mentality of taking advantage of every opportunity he could. While fleeing for his life, he didn't forget to collect soul stones so that after the Imperial City hunt ended, the Lin family would once again obtain the top position and the reward of the Sovereign God Pill. But Lin Gui never dreamed that the spirit stones that he collected after offending so many families would be taken advantage of by Brother Yi. Lu Yong laughed. Yi Fei could not help but laugh as well. He felt that Lin Gui was truly laughable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this hunt was a scheme of the royal family. Lin Gui actually wanted to obtain victory and plunder the resources of the royal family. But since these were the enemy's things, it would be a waste not to take them. Yi Fei casually took out 100 spirit stones and gave them to Lu Yong. Just as Xiao Chan was about to put the remaining soul stones into his spatial belt, Lu Yong's expression changed. Wang, feeling the aura of these spirit stones, the undying sword soul that was silent in the Sky Palace suddenly trembled slightly. This trembling caused Yi Fei's expression to change greatly. One must know that the undying sword soul could only react if it could absorb energy. Could it be that these demonic soldier soul stones could also be absorbed by the undying sword soul? Liu Yong saw that Yi Fei's expression was not right and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Liu Yong was very nervous. After all, outside the military city, there was an endless army of demonic soldiers. They had already surrounded this place. And inside the city, there was a large number of family disciples led by the Lin family. Although these people were afraid of the black, iron-heavy sword, if Yi Fei was suddenly injured and his strength dropped, these people would immediately bare their sharpest fangs. Yi Fei was also very clear on this point. Seeing Liu Yong's worry, he gave him a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I can still hold on with my injuries. However, I want to be alone to heal my injuries. If possible, I hope you can take them with you outside the house and protect me." "No problem. I'll bring some people out to stand guard." "All right, these are the profound stones and medicinal pills I have on me. Brother Yi, they might be of use to you." Liu Yong walked out very happily and even left behind the healing treasures on him before he left. The disciples of the other 10 academies were the same. They knew very well that they would only be able to last longer in the military city if Yi Fei was strong. Yi Fei didn't reject everyone's good intentions. Firstly, he was indeed heavily injured. Secondly, he could only use the excuse of recuperating to send everyone away. Only then could he find a chance to study these strange soldier demonic soul stones. After confirming that Liu Yong and the rest had left, they set up a few simple defensive formations around the house. Only then did Yi Fei excitedly pick up a demonic soldier soul stone and carefully activate his undying sword soul. Sensing the aura of the soul stone, the undying sword soul immediately emitted a powerful aura. The suction force quickly absorbed all the energy in the soul stone. In the end, all that was left in Yi Fei's hand was a pitch-black yin wind that slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Yi Fei's eyes flashed. It looks like what attracted the undying sword soul wasn't the yin energy that formed the soul stone, but another type of energy hidden within. As soon as the first soul stone was consumed, he immediately took out a second one, then a third one, allowing the undying sword soul to absorb and refine them. When a number of soul stones reached 100, the undying sword soul actually spat out a vast amount of energy. Yi Fei carefully sensed this energy and was shocked to discover that what the undying sword soul refined was actually the heavenly venerate origin that he was extremely familiar with. Origin was a type of energy that was of a higher level than Xian energy. This was a type of energy that belonged to the universe. Its true name was the origin of heaven and earth, or the origin of the universe. However, according to the strength of the origin, it was divided into heavenly venerate origin, sovereign origin, Lord of heaven origin, and even Tao Lord origin. But no matter what kind of origin it was, when it accumulated to a certain extent, it would transform into a pure origin of heaven and earth. Not only could it increase a warrior's potential, but it could also extend a warrior's lifespan. Yi Fei had never thought that within the baleful soldier soul stone, there was actually a trace of origin energy hidden within. It was refined by the undying sword soul. Yi Fei could vaguely sense that the Sky River Kingdom's purpose in holding the imperial city hunt wasn't as simple as weakening the family clans. It looks like those ordinary demonic soldiers didn't take the initiative to attack me not because they found me pleasing to the eye, but because these demonic soldiers could instinctively sense that the undying sword soul was a threat to them. This means that the undying sword soul is the nemesis of demonic soldiers. Thinking of this, Yi Fei suddenly became excited. After all, being trapped in the city and waiting for others to rescue him was too passive. If possible, Yi Fei still hoped to rely on his own strength to kill his way out of this land of demonic soldiers. Thinking of this, Yi Fei took a deep breath and let the undying sword soul refine all the demonic soldier soul stones he had. Immediately, 3 more heavenly venerate origins appeared in his body. Using these essences, Yi Fei finally completely recovered from his injuries. He once again regained his vigor. Even his heavily injured right hand had recovered to its original state. But Yi Fei didn't stop because of this. Instead, he began to think about how to use these demonic soldiers to further increase his strength. Ask Li Yong for those soul stones? Definitely not. Asking for them back after giving them away would be too much. Buying from other family clans wouldn't work either. Not to mention that I don't have that many magnetite stones. If I buy them without restraint, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Most importantly, it will attract the attention of the royal family. After all, the entire land of the demonic soldier was built by the Sky River Great Tao Lord. The royal family must have known that the demonic soldier soul stones could refine heavenly venerate origins. If he bought a large number of soul stones, it would definitely attract the attention of the royal family. And after this imperial city hunt, Yi Fei no longer dared to underestimate the royal family. Since I can't obtain demonic soldier soul stones from others, and I can't expose the secret that I can refine soul stones, then the best way is to sneak out of the city when no one is looking and directly hunt the demonic soldiers outside the city. Yi Fei angrily came up with this bold idea. Then, he quickly began to formulate a detailed plan to leave the city. Walking out directly was definitely not an option. That would attract more attention than buying soul stones. He might even expose the secret of the indestructible sword soul and attract the attention of the royal family. It seems like the only way is to stick to my old ways and dig a hole out of the city. Yi Fei rubbed his chin as he pondered. At the same time, he was secretly glad that there was still an intact stone house in this military city that could block the view of others. He also had an expert at digging holes with him. He could dig a hole out of the ground at any time and sneak out without anyone noticing. At this thought, Yi Fei suddenly felt that the dragon turtle was still a little useful. Of course, if the dragon turtle didn't eat so much every day, Yi Fei would be even more gratified. Chapter 2031. Digging a hole was a technical job. If Yi Fei had been the one to dig it, it would have caused a huge commotion. However, vicious beasts were different. Different vicious beasts had different abilities. The dragon turtle's ability was to dig a hole. Not only did it dig quickly, but it also dug silently. The hard ground was like mud in front of the dragon turtle's special claws. The dragon turtle only needed to raise its head and dig a big hole in the ground. Soon, a long underground tunnel was formed under the dragon turtle's claws and led to the outside of the military city. Outside the military city, an endless amount of termination energy gathered. They surrounded the entire military city tightly. If there were no accidents, even if the termination energy did not attack the city, they would still trap the warriors in the city until they died. Perhaps, after 10 days, the royal family would show mercy, or they would be pressured by the other families and forces to release them. However, Yi Fei did not dare to place his fate on the kindness of the royal family. After all, those who could enter the royal city to hunt were the most outstanding disciples of the large and small families and sects of the Tianhe nation. They were the future masters of the Tianhe nation. If Yi Fei was a member of the royal family, he would not let these people go. Instead, he would use them to threaten the Tianhe nation. The families and sects would re-establish the authority of the royal family. However, what the royal family wants to do has nothing to do with me. My goal now is to hunt as many termination energy as possible and increase my strength. Suddenly, a mound of dirt rose from the ground not far from the military city. Then, a furtive black turtle stuck its head out to take a look. Not far away, a termination energy commander seemed to have sensed that something was wrong underground. When he saw that the ordinary termination energy nearby did not react, he immediately rushed out. The termination energy commander, who was a late-stage supremacy, rushed over personally. The broken spear in his hand emitted a ghostly howl. With a loud boom, it scraped the ground and pierced a long trench. However, this broken spear did not hit the dragon turtle. At this moment, a black iron heavy sword as wide as a shield rushed out of the hole. The instant it blocked the broken spear, Yi Fei suddenly let out a low growl. As he held the black iron heavy sword in his left hand, a black sword token suddenly appeared in his right hand. This sword token was the true body of the undying sword soul. When it sensed the densely packed, evil energy aura around it, without needing Yi Fei to activate it, the entire indestructible sword token erupted with a layer of black gold light. With a puff sound, it pierced into the body of the evil energy commander, causing the latter's body to suddenly stiffen. Yi Fei could clearly feel a wave of energy being taken away by the undying sword soul from the Terminus energy commander's body. With a soft cracking sound, the soul stone in the Terminus energy commander's body crumbled. Then, even the Tao Lord's laws that formed his body completely crumbled at this moment. That's right. The Nine Heaven Sword Master is Renzu. Her cultivation level is much higher than the Sky River Lord's. The undying sword token she left behind can naturally destroy the Tao Lord's laws. This will be much easier. The scariest thing about termination energy was not its cultivation level or quantity, but its unkillable characteristic. Yi Fei was most afraid of being surrounded by termination energy. Even if he was a dominator, there was a possibility that he would run out of battle energy and be drowned by termination energy, let alone a heavenly venerate. However, with the undying sword soul's ability to destroy termination energy, Yi Fei did not have to worry about this. He started to wave his black iron heavy sword and the undying sword token boldly. He started to hunt crazily in this land of termination energy. Behind him was the dragon turtle, who had volunteered to hunt. Although the dragon turtle's cultivation level was very low, it was very energetic and attracted the attention of the termination energy. Yi Fei just had to stand far away and wait for the dragon turtle to attract a large number of termination energy. Then he would use his black iron heavy sword and the undying sword token to stab randomly. The termination energy would then dissipate like smoke. He did not know if it was an illusion, but when Yi Fei used the undying sword soul to destroy the Tao Lord's laws that formed the termination energy's bodies, he seemed to see the termination energy's ferocious expressions and smiles of relief. After all, these evil energy soldiers had been the Sky River Imperial Guards when they were alive and had fought for the Sky River Kingdom for their entire lives. After they died, they were refined into evil energy soldiers and had to stay in this land of evil energy forever. Yi Fei asked himself honestly, he could not do such a cruel thing. Forget it. No matter what the Sky River Lord's motive is for refining termination energy, I will help you all to be free today. Dragon Turtle, follow me. Let's kill our way in. Roar, roar. The dragon turtle let out an excited roar. Even though the dragon turtle's strength couldn't even hurt the heavenly sovereign's termination energy, it had one advantage, and that was that it could run very fast. While Yi Fei was in front, attracting the termination energy and killing to his heart's content, the dragon turtle followed behind him, its eyes shining brightly as it picked up the scraps. When the heavenly venerables were severely injured and Yi Fei did not have time to refine the soul stones, the dragon turtle would pounce on them fiercely and snatch the soul stones from the bodies of the termination energy. It would give 2 to Yi Fei and secretly stuff 1 into its turtle shell. After a round of killing, Yi Fei suddenly had an illusion that the dragon turtle seemed to have gotten fatter. However, there were too many termination energy around, and Yi Fei could not divert his attention to care about the dragon turtle. In the end, he could only let the dragon turtle follow beside him and attack with its black claws until its true essence and stamina were almost depleted. Yi Fei only brought the dragon turtle back to the military city through the underground tunnel after he had used up all his energy. At this time, it had been 3 days since they entered the land of termination energy. In these 3 days, the warriors in the military city were clearly divided into 3 factions. The faction that was close to the Lin family. The faction that leaned towards the neutral faction, and Yi Fei's faction. However, Yi Fei's faction had the least number of people. When he came out, Lu Yong brought him bad news. It seemed that the warriors in the city had noticed the abnormality of the termination energy. Liu Yong said worriedly. I heard the people from the Lin family speculate that the Termination Energy army might not be able to hold back and is preparing to attack the city. After all, this is the place where the Termination Energy was stationed when it was alive. No matter how attached it is to this place, with so many of us gathered together, it is too attractive to the Termination Energy. Don't worry. If they want to attack the city, so be it. As long as you guard the door for me and wait for my injuries to recover, I will definitely bring all of you out of here. Yi Fei was very confident. When he realized that no one in the military city had discovered the truth behind the Termination Energy, Yi Fei became even bolder. He appeared outside for a few breaths and pretended that his injuries were incurable. Then, he rushed back to the stone house and set up layers of restrictions. Then, he went through the underground tunnel again and sneaked out of the city. The Termination Energy that was roaming around the wilderness was a killer. As large amounts of Termination Energy were killed and devoured by the undying Sword Soul, the Heavenly Venerable's origins accumulated in Yi Fei's hands gradually. Chapter 2032. The originally densely packed Termination Energy army outside the city had suddenly become much thinner. This made the martial artists who were constantly paying attention to the situation outside the city excited. Some suggested to rush out to take a look, while others suspected that this could be a plot by the Termination Energy. After all, ordinary Termination Energy did not have any intelligence. But as a commander, although the Termination Energy was a commander, it had a certain level of intelligence. More importantly, it was not the first time that the families of these warriors had participated in the Imperial City hunt. They were very clear about the Termination Energy situation. The Termination Energy was formed by the laws of the Tao, Lord's world. As long as the laws were not broken, the Termination Energy could not be killed. It was also this common-sense misunderstanding that made many warriors believe that this could be a plot by the Termination Energy to lure them out. Thus, even fewer people were willing to take the risk. Many warriors simply hid in the city and cultivated peacefully while waiting for the 10-day hunt to end. Perhaps when the time was up, the royal family would release the restrictions and let them out. Yi Fei sneered at the naive thoughts of these warriors. The royal family had spent so much effort to set up this almost certain death situation. How could they give up so easily? However, this is also good. As long as these warriors do not take the initiative to go out, I can have one more day to kill these Termination Energy. How many Heavenly Venerate sources do I have now? 40 strands or 50 strands? It was almost unbelievable to have so many Heavenly Venerate sources in the Earth domain. The only thing that made Yi Fei unhappy was that for some reason, the dragon turtle had not eaten any mystical stones these few days and had actually gained 2 rounds of weight. Every time they entered the cave together, Yi Fei had to squeeze through the dragon turtle's belly that was full of fat. It seems that after leaving this land of Termination Energy, I have to make the dragon turtle lose weight. Yi Fei thought to himself. After listening to Liu Yong's information for a while and pretending to be seriously injured, Yi Fei quickly returned to the stone house with a pale face. Liu Yong and the rest were secretly worried. Lin Gui and the rest were overjoyed. They could not wait for Yi Fei to die. Seeing Yi Fei return to the stone house with a pale face, a few Lin family warriors winked at each other and suggested to Lin Gui, "Brother Gui, look at that country bumpkin. He just came out for a while and went back in again. It is obvious that he is seriously injured. Liu Yong and the rest are an eyesore. We can take advantage of the time when Yi Fei is recuperating." Their words made Lin Gui a little tempted. However, when he thought of Yi Fei's black iron heavy sword outside the military city, he immediately dismissed this idea. He said in a low voice, "Don't think of this idea. That Yi Fei was a little strange." It was said that his black iron heavy sword required 50,000 jin of divine strength. That kind of divine power is enough to kill a ruler who does not have any special abilities. Let's not provoke him first. It is more important to form an alliance. Like Yi Fei, Lin Gui did not believe that the royal family would be so generous as to let them go after 10 days. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Gui was very active. Although he did not have Lin Chen's talent, he had some leadership skills. He had continuously roped in many warriors to join his camp. This made Lu Yong secretly worried. He kept praying that Yi Fei would recover quickly. Otherwise, their fates would be extremely miserable. The worried Lu Yong did not know that Yi Fei had not only fully recovered from his injuries by relying on a large amount of heavenly venerate sources, but his own cultivation level had also broken through from the early stage heavenly venerate to the mid-stage heavenly venerate. As his cultivation level broke through, Yi Fei's speed of killing termination energy became even faster. From killing a few hundred termination energy a day in the past, it was now no problem for him to kill 1,000 termination energy a day. The heavenly venerate sources refined by the undying sword soul had also broken through the 70th mark. Yi Fei only hated the fact that there was too little termination energy around him. 3 days ago, when he and the dragon turtle had come out, they had immediately been surrounded by a large number of termination energy. 3 days later, when he and the dragon turtle had come out again, the termination energy around them had become sparse. Yi Fei had to take the initiative to hunt them down one by one. On the 10th day, Yi Fei was even more depressed when he realized that there was not a single termination energy to be found outside the military city. A total of 10,000 termination energy had been killed by Yi Fei alone. There were only a few hundred left. They could only wander around the military city by themselves. Even so, Yi Fei still felt that it was a pity. If not for the lack of time, he would have killed his way into the termination energy barracks to see if there were any more termination energy inside. The dragon turtle's eyes were red as it took great pains to take the risk step by step to lure those few lonely termination energy over for Yi Fei to kill. Yi Fei was also very pleased with the dragon turtle's performance over the past few days. Ever since Blackie arrived in the Heaven Realm, it seems to have become more and more hard-working. However, there's no time now. I can't go overboard. I will leave a few termination energy for the royal family. After calling the dragon turtle back, Yi Fei once again secretly returned to the military city and completely sealed up the hole that the dragon turtle had dug. It was already the 11th day. The royal family still had no intention of activating the teleportation portal and releasing the people. The warriors hiding in the military city were all in an uproar. Since the royal family has no intention of releasing us, we will fight our way out ourselves. Yeah, there are so many of us. If we join forces, what is there to be afraid of? Furthermore, the termination energy outside has suddenly disappeared for some reason. If we don't break out now, when will we? But what if the termination energy purposely set up a trap? It is waiting for us to get out so that it can catch us all in one fell swoop. Someone raised this sharp question. Lin Gui, who had already become the chief of the military city, confidently gave the most satisfactory answer to this question. Everyone, don't worry. It is easy to tell whether the termination energy has really retreated or if it is purposely lying in ambush outside. We just need to send a team. Wouldn't it be fine if we just sent a small team out of the city first to investigate? However, which team do you think should be the first to leave the city? As he spoke, Lin Gui suddenly looked at Lu Yong's side sinisterly. The other warriors from the family clans also very tacitly turned their gazes to Lu Yong. Chief, I think that Lu Yong's team is the most suitable to be the vanguard. Firstly, they have fewer people. Secondly, Demon Ye's strength is obvious to all. Even if there is danger and others cannot kill their way back, Demon Yi can definitely kill his way back. A certain Lin family disciple said sinisterly. The other family disciples were also shocked. They were all worried that if they were to leave first, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. At this time, they naturally united like never before. Lu Yong, leave the city first. T. We did not join this alliance. Why do you have to send us to our deaths? Lu Yong was furious. Lin Gui's face was cold. Just because you're also in the military city, you must go. If you don't go, then you're going against the entire alliance. Everyone, am I right? Yes. Chapter 2033. At this time, Yi Fei walked out of the stone house. Seeing the aggressive atmosphere outside and the livid faces of Lu Yong and the rest, he smiled and looked deeply at Lin Gui. You really want us to take the lead? Demon Lord Yi, I'm not the one who wants you to take the lead. Instead, all the martial artists in our alliance have unanimously requested that you take the lead. After all, you're the strongest here, and you're not a member of our alliance. If we don't let you take the lead, are we supposed to take the lead? Lin Gui's words had a double meaning. The alliance's power not only suppressed Yi Fei, but also completely isolated Yi Fei from the alliance. Yi Fei couldn't help but glance at Lin Gui, as expected of the strongest clan in the Imperial City. All right, since Alliance Head Lin has such intentions, this Yi will become the target of public criticism if this Yi doesn't comply. I will take the lead. These words stunned Lin Gui. Lu Yong also looked at Yi Fei in shock. He did not expect that Yi Fei would choose to give in so easily in the face of the Lin family's coercion. Yi Fei pretended to glare at Lu Yong and whispered, "A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Don't be fooled by a smile now. He will cry later." Yi Fei had a great time hunting the baleful energy soldiers. However, when he had killed 10,000 baleful energy soldiers until only 100 were left, Yi Fei suddenly realized that these baleful energy soldiers were the flesh and blood of the imperial family. In the end, in just 10 days, they were almost wiped out by him. If the emperor were to find out about this, what would happen? He would be beheaded immediately. Yi Fei was regretting that he could not find someone to take the blame. Since Lin Gui jumped up, Yi Fei could not ask for anything more. Faced with Lin Gui's malicious coercion, Yi Fei's temperament changed, and he took the initiative to admit defeat. And whatever Lin Gui ordered, Yi Fei would do it. Lin Gui ordered him to take the lead and kill. Without another word, Yi Fei held his black iron heavy sword and led Lu Yong and the rest to kill their way out. Lin Gui ordered Yi Fei to attack those lonely, baleful energy. Yi Fei did not utter a word and charged forward with his heavy sword. Lin Gui ordered Yi Fei to hand over the soul stones he obtained. Yi Fei ignored the ashen faces of Lu Yong and the rest and obediently handed over the 100 pitiful soul stones to Lin Gui. Why are there only a few? Where are the ones I left in the stone house last time? Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and did not speak. Lin Gui, don't push us too far. Lu Yong could not take it anymore. He suddenly jumped out angrily and looked like he wanted to fight Lin Gui to the death. This gave Lin Gui a fright. The Lin family warriors were even more nervous. They were afraid that Lin Gui would push Yi Fei too far and quickly pull Lin Gui away. Lin Gui was also a smart person. He understood that Yi Fei admitted defeat because he was afraid of the alliance he had formed. He did not dare to provoke public anger. If he pushed him too far, he would end up making a fool of himself. Lin Gui did not force him anymore. Instead, he walked at the front in high spirits. Forget it. To be able to make Yi Fei admit defeat proves that I, Lin Gui, am more capable than Lin Shen. Now, let's first stabilize this demon. When the Imperial City hunt is over, the Lin family will naturally dominate and take Yi Fei's head. Lin Gui thought proudly. Even his footsteps were light as a feather. It was as though he was walking on clouds. At this moment, taking advantage of the fact that Yi Fei did not dare to provoke public anger, Lin Gui completely displayed the aura of a Grand Alliance master. He ordered arrogantly, "Yi Fei, don't think that just because you took the lead. 10 days ago, there were clearly tens of thousands of termination energy in the surroundings. Why are there so few of them now? Now, I order you to immediately enter the termination energy barracks nearby and check it out." What? Termination energy barracks? Many warriors' faces turned ugly. They could still remember the terrified screams of their companions when they were captured and brought into the barracks. Even though it was very strange that there was not a single termination energy in the surroundings, none of the warriors dared to go near the barracks. Only Yi Fei did not give way. He lifted his leg and strode in. But the moment he entered, he let out a pitiful scream. Hearing this scream, Lin Gui and the group of warriors felt their limbs turn cold. How is it possible? Demon Yi is so powerful. He was killed the moment he entered. Oh no, this is indeed a trap of the termination energy. Boom! The warriors who had been tightly gathered around Lin Gui earlier were instantly like frightened birds. They pushed and shoved each other as they escaped toward the barracks. As the Grand Alliance master, Lin Gui was even more frightened. He actually subconsciously pushed away the people blocking his way, wanting to be the first to escape back to the barracks. Save me, save me. But at this moment, from another barracks, a few figures in ragged clothes walked out shakily. One of them did not even have the strength to stand and could only crawl on the ground. This gave the warriors who were running for their lives another shock. But when they saw the faces of these people clearly, all of them were stunned. The warriors widened their eyes in shock. It's them. They're the people who were captured by the termination energy. What happened? Weren't you all captured by the termination energy? How did you all escape? Lin Gui was after all quite intelligent. He was the first to realize that something was amiss. Since Yi Fei had been killed, how could his scream be so powerful and louder than thunder? He immediately rushed towards the few warriors who had escaped from the barracks. It was not only this barracks that had people escaping. After Yi Fei had dispersed all the termination energy, people from the other barracks began to escape one after another. Even a few of Liu Yang's guards escaped from one of the barracks with pale faces. It's the termination energy. They dragged us into the army camp and kept sucking our blood essence and life force. But not long ago, the Yin Shi that was imprisoning us suddenly disappeared one after another. Only then did we slowly regain some strength and struggle to escape. The few girls who had escaped were all wailing loudly. The period of time that they had been captured by the termination energy was definitely a nightmare for them. Not only had a large amount of their blood, essence, and vitality been sucked away by the termination energy, even their appearance had aged by several decades. Many of their bodies had shriveled up and their flesh had been depleted. When Yi Fei walked out of the barracks, he was surprised to see Wang Jian crawling on the ground with difficulty. But at this moment, Wang Jian looked as if he had been squeezed dry. His plump skin had become skin and bones. His shriveled hands were like withered branches, trembling on the ground. Even though he was an enemy, Yi Fei could not bear it. He sighed and walked in front of Wang Jian sympathetically. Young Master Wang, I have already told you to be careful of the termination energy commander behind you. It's a pity that honest advice is unpleasant to the ears. You just did not listen and refused to believe me. Yi Fei placed his hands on his hips and stood in front of Wang Jian. Wang Jian's eyes were sunken like the bones of a person who had been squeezed dry. He trembled as he lifted his head and looked at Yi Fei. He did not say anything and only shed tears of regret. He was not regretting that he did not believe Yi Fei, but regretting that he had gone against Yi Fei. Boom! Chapter 2034. The appearance of the Tao Lord Divine Bridge in the land of termination energy was the signal that the Imperial City hunt had ended. A portion of warriors with weak willpower were crying and shouting as they pounced towards the Divine Bridge. However, these people were quickly chased down by the Lin family warriors, who had changed their expressions. They were chased down from the Divine Bridge. What are you doing? What are you doing? Have you forgotten the rules now that the hunt is over? This time, the final winner is still our Lin clan. This bridge should be crossed by our Lin clan first. Brother Gui, after you, said a few disciples of the Lin clan flatteringly. Lin Gui had an arrogant look on his face. He placed his hands behind his back and was the first to cross the Divine Bridge. Before he went up, he stared coldly at Yi Fei and gave his last order as the alliance leader. Yi Fei, you stay behind. You will be the last to cross the Divine Bridge. Obviously, Lin Gui wanted to give Yi Fei one last warning. After all, the last batch of people to cross the Divine Bridge were the weakest. They were losers and had no right to be rewarded by the Imperial family. All right, alliance leader, you all go first. I will bring up the rear. Yi Fei agreed readily. He patted his chest loudly as if he was really afraid of Lin Gui. This made Lin Gui so proud that he felt lighter when he walked. Lin Gui could not wait to see how the elders of the Lin family would praise him and value him when the news of him suppressing Yi Fei in the land of termination energy reached the Lin family. The moment he stepped onto the divine bridge and walked out of the Tao Lord world, Lin Gui felt that he had reached the peak of the Tao Lord world. Lin Gui felt that he had reached the peak of his life. However, there were no flowers or applause outside to welcome him. Instead, there was an extremely furious roar. "You really came out. You damn bastards. Who are you? Who killed all the termination energy inside? Who did it? Stand out and die for me." Boom! The terrifying might of the Lord of Heaven shook the entire imperial city square. The person who roared was a middle-aged emperor. Beside him were the Sky River Forbidden Guards, who looked exactly like the termination energy. They were all death warriors groomed by the imperial family. They had worked hard for the imperial family when they were alive. After they died, they would turn into termination energy and become the emperor for all eternity, the most loyal puppet of the human race. Currently, the imperial guards were encircling a large group of patriarchs and elders. Although most of the imperial guards were only heavenly venerates, none of the patriarchs dared to act rashly. Before the start of the imperial city hunt, no one would have thought that the imperial family would suddenly attack all the families. After all, the imperial family had not been in decline for decades, but centuries. In the past few hundred years, many families had long treated the imperial family as nothing more than heir and figureheads in name. However, they had forgotten that as a Tao Lord realm expert, the Imperials would still have a chance to rise again as long as the Imperials were still in power, no matter how weak they were. And this possibility, after enduring silently for hundreds of years, finally, a new Lord of Heaven had been born in the Imperial family. It was also this Lord of Heaven of the royal family that had planned this dangerous hunt in the royal city. Initially, the royal family had planned to lure the elite disciples of these clans into the land of termination of energy and let them be captured by the termination of energy and put under house arrest. After all, as long as they could control these future rulers and clan leaders, they would be captured. The lifelines and weaknesses of all the clans of the Tianhe kingdom would be seized. However, what infuriated the Lord of Heaven of the royal family was that not long ago, he had been shocked to discover that the termination of energy soul lamps enshrined by the imperial family had been extinguished one after another. The termination of energy soul lamps were used by the imperial family to control the termination of energy. Through these soul lamps, the imperial family could issue some simple orders to the termination of energy. For example, they could capture people, kill people, or deploy troops. At the same time, once the soul lamps were extinguished, it meant that the termination of energy controlled by the imperial family had completely vanished. If only one or two termination of energy soul lamps had disappeared, the imperial family could still tolerate it. However, as 100, 1,000, and even close to 10,000 termination of energy soul lamps were extinguished one after another, the imperial family was finally terrified and enraged. They were flustered and exasperated. Therefore, the moment Lin Gui walked out in high spirits, the heavenly lord of the imperial family sent out a palm strike in fury. Lin Gui and the people around him all spat out blood and cried out in pain. They lay on the ground like dead dogs, wailing in pain. "Lord of Heaven, there's actually a Lord of Heaven in the royal family." Lin Gui screamed as he raised his head in fear. However, what greeted him was a furious slap from the Lord of Heaven. With a smack, Lin Gui was sent flying into the air. Before Lin Gui could land on the ground, another long spear pierced through Lin Gui's chest with a pu sound. Lin Gui was then lifted into the air, dripping with blood. The heavenly monarch of the imperial family questioned furiously, "Speak, was it you? Was it your Lin family that caused the disappearance of the termination energy? Speak. This king will grant you a quick death. King Chu, spare my life. This can't be our Lin family's doing. Besides, Lin Gui isn't even the strongest in there." "That's right, I know. This must be Yi Fei's doing. It must be him. I don't know what method he used, but he killed so many of the termination energy in there. The one who spoke was Lin Sheng. The appearance of a new Lord of Heaven in the royal family terrified him. The disappearance of large amounts of termination energy in the Dao Lord world scared the wits out of all the clan leaders present. Those were the precious treasures of the royal family. Someone actually dared to kill them all? Many of the clans were terrified. Of course, Lin Sheng wouldn't let the Lin family and Lin Gui take such a terrible blame. Hearing this, the royal Lord of Heaven's furious gaze immediately turned to the martial artist who came out. He roared, "Who is Yi Fei? Get your ass over here right now. Senior Lord of Heaven, this is slander. This is clearly the Lin family slandering me. They want to use you to kill me. That's right, I'm the strongest in there. However, before I entered, I was severely injured by this old bastard Lin Sheng. I didn't even have time to recuperate. How could I have gone out to hunt for termination energy? If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone else. You can also ask Lin Gui. He's the Alliance Lord." Yi Fei walked out of the crowd, looking as though he had been greatly wronged. Hearing this, Lin Gui's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in horror. You actually dare to set me up. Yes, I'm the Alliance Lord, but I didn't kill the termination energy. I can swear to the heavens. Swear to the heavens. Lin Gui, wasn't it you who relied on the Lin family's power to form some alliance? You purposely ostracized me and bullied me, forcing me to take the lead and lure the termination energy to my death? Yi Fei smiled coldly. Suddenly, he pointed at Lu Yong and the other martial artists present. He shouted, "I was forced by Lin Gui. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Senior Lord of Heaven, if you don't believe me, you can ask the others." Lu Yong immediately jumped up and said angrily, "King Chu, I'm Lu Yong of the Marquis government. I can prove that Yi Fei is speaking the truth." Chapter 2035. We heard that so many people, including many of the Lin family martial artists, were unable to withstand the pressure of the Lord of Heaven, and that Lin Gui had used the pressure of the alliance to bully Yi Fei. Even though King Chu was the Lord of Heaven of the imperial family, he was deeply moved. He felt that Yi Fei was indeed an honest person, but as a general manager, Lin Gui, who was the alliance leader, was the most suspicious of all. King Chu could not help but become even angrier. "Good, very good. Lin Sheng, what else do you have to say now?" So many people saw Lin Gui bullying Yi Fei, and Yi Fei was seriously injured and was recuperating in the military city. If the disappearance of the termination energy was not done by your Lin family, who else could it be? Men, kill them all. These Lin family dogs. No, I really did not kill the termination energy. We were in the same situation as Yi Fei. We did not even take a step out of the military city. I swear. Lin Gui let out a scream that was worse than a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, he no longer had the prestige of being the alliance leader of the army city. He was so frightened that his legs were trembling, and a stream of urine flowed down his pants. Seeing Lin Gui so frightened, King Lu frowned. He suddenly took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Uncle, this matter is very strange. Royal uncle, this matter is very strange." Yi Fei and Lin Gui didn't leave the military city at all, but among these people, the two of them are the most suspicious. Other than them, I can't think of anyone else who could cause our royal family to suffer such heavy losses. King Lu's words caused Yi Fei's expression to change. He could not understand how he had offended King Lu for him to target him like this. On the other hand, Lu Yong sensed something and secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Fei. "Brother Yi, this King Lu, I heard from my father that when he was young, he was greedy and lustful. He even dared to go to the Divine Star Academy and flirt with the female disciples. Later on, Chen Duqian broke his third limb." Third limb? Yi Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why King Lu would target him time and time again for no reason. At this moment, King Lu's eyes inadvertently looked over. His eyes flashed with a venomous light as he suddenly pointed at Yi Fei and said coldly, "Uncle, I suggest that we kill 100 innocent people, rather than let one escape. Why don't we capture all of them and throw them into the prison and interrogate them one by one? King Chu's eyes lit up. The royal family's original plan was to secretly capture all the young geniuses of these family clans and use them as hostages to control the family clans of the Tiana Kingdom. However, Yi Fei's actions of killing the Terminus energy not only caused the royal family to suffer heavy losses, but also caused them to fail at the last step. However, King Lu's words gave the royal family an excuse to control the hostages. King Chu's expression turned cold as he ordered, "All right, we will do as you say. Capture them all and throw them into the prison. I want to interrogate them slowly." King Chu's words immediately made the faces of many warriors from the family clans turn ashen. But even more people showed fear on their faces. For example, Lin Cheng was terrified at this moment. He knew that once Lin Gui was captured and tortured into confessing, the royal family could casually come up with an excuse to consign the Lin family to eternal damnation. Lin Cheng suddenly broke through the blockade of the imperial guards and angrily shouted, "Our Lin family has always been loyal to the imperial family." "King Chu, what right do you have to do this?" Jiang Zhen suddenly shouted, "King Chu, aren't you trying to find the culprit who destroyed the Heavenly River Kingdom? I don't care about the others, but Yi Fei is definitely innocent. The self-examination mirror is in my hands. We will know who the culprit is once we interrogate him." "Oh no, Jiang Zhen, are you helping me or harming me?" Yi Fei cried out bitterly. King Chu's expression also changed. He suddenly changed his tone and said, "The self-examination mirror is there. Take it out, and I will identify the culprit." "All right, I will interrogate them now." Seeing that King Chu's tone had softened, Jiang Zhen did not think too much and took out the self-examination mirror. At this moment, King Chu's hand made a grabbing motion and suddenly grabbed the self-examination mirror in his hand. He slammed it forcefully, and with a boom, the self-examination mirror exploded into pieces. Jiang Zhen was furious. "King Chu, what are you doing?" "Nothing much. It's just that this king suspects that your self-examination mirror is fake. Now that I look at it, it is indeed fake. Men, take all these people away. Kill anyone who dares to resist." King Chu said coldly. It was a rare opportunity to gather the elites of the Heavenly River Kingdom's major family clans. They had to find the culprit who killed the Heavenly River Kingdom. The imperial family had no intention of letting these young geniuses of the major family clans go. Upon realizing this, not only were Jiang Zhen and Lin Cheng enraged, but the other sovereigns were also enraged. They roared together, "King Chu, you are not the emperor yet. Do you want to force us to rebel? I'm a bunch of ants. You guys aren't even heavenly monarchs. Even if I force you guys to rebel, you won't be able to cause any trouble. Men, capture them and throw them into the prison." "King Chu, how dare you?" Boom! The sovereigns of the major family clans were enraged. They understood that the imperial family was determined to deal with them. Many of them circulated their Xian Qi in preparation to resist. A cold glint flashed across King Chu's eyes. His terrifying heavenly monarch aura suddenly transformed into frightening wind ghost hands. They struck the fastest few sovereigns in the air, causing them to vomit blood and severely injure them. Then, the sovereign split into two and grabbed at Lin Cheng and Jiang Zhen. Clearly, King Chu could tell that they were the ones who started the trouble. As long as he dealt with the two of them, the others would immediately shut up. However, King Chu's ghostly hand did not succeed, because at this moment, an even larger and more powerful hand appeared from the void and collided with King Chu's ghostly hand. Divine Star Academy, Run Tianxing. King Chu's expression changed. "That is me. King Chu, you have gone too far. Our Divine Star Academy has already followed the imperial family's orders and stayed indoors to show our loyalty. Why do you still want to make things difficult for our disciples?" A white-bearded old man appeared in the sky. He wore a simple robe, but his aura was even more powerful and unfathomable than the new Lord of Heaven, King Chu. Master, Principal of Divine Star Academy. Seeing the old man appear, Jiang Jun and the Divine Star Academy disciples all cheered. Yi Fei also heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he know that the principal of Divine Star Academy was called Ren Tianxing. His strength was even more terrifying than King Chu's. And the Lord of Heaven, he was already the strongest existence in the Tianhe Kingdom. Even if the imperial family wanted to re-establish their authority in front of the Lord of Heaven, the imperial family would still have to consider the consequences of angering the powerful Lord of Heaven. King Chu's expression immediately became fearful. With a cold face, he retracted his Lord of Heaven aura and said, "Ren, Lord of Heaven, I am only doing this to find out who killed the termination energy. You are the Lord of Heaven, so you must know how important the termination energy is to our imperial family. So you're saying that you suspect my Divine Star Academy of killing the termination energy? Guest Elder Yi, was this really done by you?" Chapter 2036. Your Highness King Chu, you have heard Yi Fei's words. He is an honest child. Otherwise, he would not have been bullied by the Lin clan in the military city. I can guarantee that Yi Fei has nothing to do with the disappearance of the termination energy. Now, can this old man take away the people from my academy? Ren Tianxing's tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. The royal family could suspect Yi Fei, but they could not interrogate Yi Fei, nor capture anyone from the Divine Star Academy. Even though the royal family had endured for hundreds of years and was showing signs of rejuvenation, Ren Tianxing did not have the slightest intention of backing down. After saying this, Ren Tianxing nodded lightly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei could not help but cup his hands in gratitude towards Ren Tianxing. This time, if not for Ren Tianxing, the principal of the Divine Star Academy, helping him, he might have really been captured by the royal family for interrogation. Even though Yi Fei was confident that the royal family would not be able to find any clues, it was inevitable that he would suffer some physical pain. Brother Yi, our Liu clan does not have the backing of the Lord of Heaven. Please help me and plead with the Lord of Heaven. I do not wish to be imprisoned and interrogated. Liu Yong suddenly secretly transmitted a message to Yi Fei. Yi Fei also gave Liu Yong a reassuring look. Yi Fei once again cupped his hands towards Ren Tianxing and said, "Senior Ren, this Liu Yong has always been with me. I can prove that the disappearance of the termination energy has nothing to do with him." Ren Tianxing's face darkened. Since it has nothing to do with him, then why are you still standing here? Hurry up and leave this place. Liu Yong's heart leaped with joy as he looked at Yi Fei with gratitude. Brother Yi, many thanks. When you are free, come to the Wuhou government. I will treat you to a drink. With that, Liu Yong was about to leave with his subordinates. This scene also made King Chu, who was on the array platform, furious. The aura of the Lord of Heaven instantly suppressed Yi Fei and Liu Yong, causing them to be unable to move. However, another aura of the Lord of Heaven quickly dissolved King Chu's threat. Veins immediately popped up on King Chu's forehead. Ren Tianxing, is this the loyalty of the Divine Star Academy? This king is in the middle of tracking down the termination energy. Do you think you can prove their innocence with just a few words for Pia Piao? Oh, old man Ren's words cannot prove their innocence. What about my words? I said that the Lin family had nothing to do with the termination energy. King Chu, do you still suspect the Lin family? In the distant sky, another stooped figure appeared. Although he was old, the powerful aura of the Lord of Heaven was still like a divine mountain, suppressing the many martial practitioners present to the point of suffocation. It's the Patriarch. The Patriarch has come to save us. The martial practitioners of the Lin family cheered excitedly. The one who had come was Lin Xiong, the Lord of Heaven of the Lin family. Lin Xiong's position was coincidentally in a straight line with Ren Tianxing, and in the middle of the line were King Chu and King Liu. King Liu was only in the sovereign realm. Under the combined aura of the two Lord of Heaven, he was shocked speechless. King Chu also did not expect that Lin Xiong and Ren Tianxing who had always been his sworn enemies, would actually join forces to deal with him, the new Lord of Heaven. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In the end, King Chu did not say anything. He just flicked his sleeves angrily and suddenly disappeared. Back on the platform. Following King Chu's departure, King Lu hurriedly led the Heavenly River Imperial Guards and retreated. This scene immediately caused the martial artists of the various clans to cheer. However, a trace of worry flashed across Run Tianqing's face. Suddenly, he looked at Jiang Zhen and Yi Fei who were walking over and said, "You two leave first. I still have something to discuss with Lin Xiong alone." Yi Fei and Jiang Zhen nodded and tactfully retreated. Not far away, he saw Lin Gui being supported. Lin Gui's face was ashen. Not only had he taken the blame for no reason, he had also been scared to the point of wetting his pants in front of everyone. This made Lin Gui so ashamed that he wanted to die. How could he still care about his grudge with Yi Fei? With the appearance of the three Lord of Heaven, the royal family had just stretched out their claws when they immediately retracted them. However, Yi Fei still felt that the royal family's temporary retreat was just the calm before the storm. Looks like something big is about to happen in the royal city. Back at the Divine Star Academy, Yi Fei sighed. That's right, Yi Fei. From now on, your half-year stay with our academy is invalid. You are a guest elder, not a member of our academy. The situation in the royal city is not right. You can leave now, Jiang Zhen suddenly said seriously. Then, without waiting for Yi Fei to react, Jiang Zhen quickly left to inform the other teachers and guest elders of the academy. This made Yi Fei somewhat depressed. He originally wanted to ask about the Lord of Heaven and Earth, but seeing that Jiang Zhen was very busy, he did not want to disturb him. In the end, he could only return to his room and pack his things. He was also prepared to leave the royal city at any time. However, Yi Fei did not manage to leave. At night, Lu Yong brought a huge pile of gifts to the Divine Star Academy. Other than thanking Yi Fei for his help in the Land of Termination, Lu Yong also brought an extremely shocking news. Shocking news. The entire royal city is under martial law. While all of our attention was focused on the Imperial City hunt, a large number of sovereigns emerged from the Imperial City. Not only did they take control of the Imperial City, but they also took control of the army. My father originally had 3,000 soldiers under his command, but just now they suddenly attacked. Just a few moments ago, the royal family sent a new general and took away his military power. Not only that, I also heard that the royal city can only be entered and not exited. Every section of the city wall is guarded by a dominator. The sky, the ground, and the ground are all hidden killing arrays. When I came here, I heard that a family cultivator tried to escape the city, but he was instantly killed. His corpse is still hanging on the city wall. The news brought by Lu Yong shocked Yi Fei. The royal family is plotting something big this time. Strange. Why didn't the royal family directly take action? Could it be that they are afraid of the other two Lord of Heaven? In the Tianhe Kingdom, there were a total of 3 Lord of Heaven. One was the old ancestor of the Lin clan, another was the principal of the Divine Star Academy, and the last was the current emperor. However, the old emperor did not have much time left and had been constantly sealing himself to extend his life. This was also the reason why the Lin clan did not dare to replace the royal family, because the royal family still had the existence of the Lord of Heaven. Now, with the newly promoted King Chu, the royal family had 2 Lord of Heaven. However, although the royal family is strong, the Lin family and the Divine Star Academy both have heavenly monarchs. The other families will definitely not be willing to see the declining royal family regain power. In the short term, the imperial city of the Heavenly River is still considered safe. What I'm afraid of now is that the royal family will find some clues in the military city. If the royal family finds out about the royal city, they will suspect me. Yi Fei was secretly worried. Chapter 2037. In the following period of time, Yi Fei didn't take a single step out of the house. He locked himself in his room, doing his best to comprehend the 9 revolutions divine star art. It was just that the difficulty of comprehending a sovereign cultivation technique was extremely high. Last time, Yifei had only comprehended 10%. This time, after 10 days of seclusion, he had only comprehended 30%. This made Yifei very gloomy, and he almost doubted whether his perception was too poor. But even after activating his undying sword soul and infinitely increasing his perception, Yifei still felt that his comprehension of the divine star art was extremely slow. With no other choice, he could only run out and ask one of the sovereigns of the academy. The result was that this was normal. Ordinary martial artists would need several years just to comprehend a sovereign cultivation method. Time was talent. To be able to comprehend it in half a year was already considered a genius. Only now did Yifei know why the Divine Star Academy wanted him to stay for half a year. They also knew that the 9 Revolutions Divine Star art was extremely difficult to comprehend. Ren Tianxing also did not return to the academy. According to the news brought by Lu Yong, the Lin clan, in order to prove their innocence, proposed that the 3 Lords of Heaven enter the Termination Energy grounds together to investigate the true reason for the disappearance of the Termination Energy. This made Yifei very nervous. Only when he heard that even the Lord of Heaven had not found anything did he heave a sigh of relief. He heaved a sigh of relief. In the following 3 days, the imperial city of the Heavenly River Empire was as peaceful as usual. However, a large number of soldiers and horses appeared and began to patrol the imperial city. This caused many cultivators to feel a shadow in their hearts. Not long after, Lu Yong brought another piece of news. Within the imperial city, there were already a number of small clans that could not withstand the pressure and had taken the initiative to go to the imperial palace, pledging their loyalty to the imperial family. However, these were all 4th or 5th grade clans. The true 7th grade and above clans all maintained their silence. Firstly, they were not willing to give up the power in their hands. Secondly, they were still observing, waiting to see how the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy would act. Lu Yong had specially come to tell Yifei all this. Actually, it was also a kind of hidden attitude. The Lu clan of the Martial Marquis government would advance or retreat together with the Divine Star Academy. However, Yifei was not happy about the Lu family's good intentions. Instead, he became even more worried. Instead, he began to seriously consider whether or not he should find a suitable opportunity to leave the imperial city. But when he thought about how all the gates of the imperial city, whether they were in the sky, on the ground, or underground, they were all covered with layers of killing spells. Only people could enter, but not leave. Yifei felt very depressed. And just as Yifei was feeling depressed, Second White of the Qizhan Pavilion suddenly came to visit. Second Bai didn't come empty-handed. He also brought a message from Madame Meng. Young Master Yi, tomorrow is Madame Meng's birthday. No matter what, I have to invite you over. Why did you invite me to Madame Meng's birthday party? Yifei was puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with Madame Meng. Most importantly, the situation in the imperial city was very delicate. Going out at this time was obviously not a good choice. Second White seemed to understand Yifei's worries. He smiled slightly and said, Young Master Yi, please don't worry. Our Qizhan Pavilion also has businesses in the imperial city. And Madame also asked me to tell you if young Master Yi is interested in upgrading the black iron heavy sword from the 4th level to the 5th level. Boom! Hearing this, Yifei knew that this time he had to go to Qizhan Pavilion no matter what. The black iron heavy sword was too important to him. It was because of this heavy sword that he could withstand 4 attacks from a sovereign without dying as a heavenly venerable. It was because of this heavy sword that he could still fight against 1,000 people even when he was seriously injured. The Lin clan cultivators didn't dare to look him in the eye. If the level of this dark steel heavy sword could really be upgraded from a rank 4 divine weapon to a rank 5 divine weapon, then Yifei's battle prowess would immediately increase by another level. Perhaps at that time, I really might be able to fight a sovereign as a heavenly venerable. With this thought in mind, Yifei very happily decided to accept Madame Meng's invitation. Originally, he had wanted to prepare a gift, but Second White had rejected him. He said that if Yi Fei could go, it would be the best gift for Madame Ming. This made Yi Fei even more puzzled. What made Yi Fei even more puzzled was that Qizhan Pavilion's business in the Imperial City wasn't a shop, but a luxurious mansion. A mansion? How could it be a mansion? Yi Fei looked at Second White in shock. Second White smiled proudly and said, "To be honest, young Master Yi, Qizhan Pavilion is a business of the Imperial family, and Madame Ming is the royal princess. Young Master Yi, this way please." Second White's attitude was respectful, but Yi Fei's back was already covered in cold sweat. He had been too careless. He hadn't expected that the owner of Qizhan Pavilion was the Imperial family. If not for Second White's respectful attitude, Yi Fei would have suspected that he had hunted baleful energy and collected heavenly venerables essences. After passing through layers upon layers of corridors, rockery, and pavilions, Yi Fei finally arrived at the inner courtyard of the Junwang Manor. He saw Lady Ming, who was wearing a new palace dress. However, at this moment, Lady Ming no longer had the seductive air of a manager of the Qizhan Pavilion. Instead, she had the air of a Junwang. When she saw Yi Fei walk over, Madame Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. She ignored Second White's shocked expression and suddenly reached out to grab Yi Fei's arm. She walked into his study and said, "Little brother, I knew that you would definitely come when you heard my birthday." Being held by Madame Ming like this, if he moved his arms slightly, he might touch some places that he shouldn't touch. Not only did Yi Fei not feel the excitement of enjoying the beauty, he felt as if he had stepped into a tiger's den. However, after a long period of fighting, Yi Fei quickly controlled his emotions. Smiling bitterly, he asked, "Meng Fu, this isn't your birthday." "Human, today isn't your birthday at all. You lied to me about the black iron heavy sword as well?" Madame Ming nodded, then shook her head. "My birthday is fake, but it's true that I wanted to raise the grade of the black iron heavy sword. Here, this is a specific method to raise the grade of the black iron heavy sword. I believe that with Grandmaster Ye's skills as a high-level spiritualist, it should be very easy for you to refine it." High-level spiritualist? Yi Fei's expression was strange. He finally understood why Madame Ming had invited him here. It turned out that Madame Ming actually thought that he was a high-level spiritualist. Needless to say, Madame Ming must have secretly sent people to investigate him or even monitor him. After all, Yi Fei hadn't even taken a single step out of the Divine Star Academy when he suddenly refined the level 4 heavenly metal heavy sword into a level 4 heavenly weapon. Even if he had only used spiritualist attachment twice, it was still enough to cause Madame Ming to misunderstand. Chapter 2038. Madame Ming's arm was held very tightly, so tightly that if Yi Fei struggled a little, he might bump into something he shouldn't. He felt even more depressed. He knew that ever since he stepped into this palace, he had already fallen into Madame Ming's trap. Right now, he had no other choice. Offending the Qizhan Pavilion and slamming the door behind him was not an option. After all, this was the Imperial Palace, the territory of the royal family. Who knew if he were to reject them outright, a large group of royal family fighters would suddenly appear and attack him? Forget about the Imperial family masters, even Baida and Bai Air, these two Imperial bodyguards, I am no match for them. Yi Fei shook his head. No wonder he always felt that Baida and Bai Air had the aura of a general. It turned out that they were Imperial family members. Since Madame Ming was a member of the Imperial family, there was no need to ask. Yi Fei knew in his heart who wanted to see him. Madame Ming half-hugged him as they walked into the study. As expected, Yi Fei saw a middle-aged man sitting on a chair in the study. "Uncle Wang Qi, this is Yi Fei, the young Master Yi that I mentioned to you before." Young Master, Yi hid his abilities well. Not only is his martial arts talent astonishing, he is also a high-level spiritualist. He almost fooled me. Madame Ming finished speaking, then let go of Yi Fei's arm. She pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This is King Qi. There are 3 kings in the Imperial family. The most outstanding one is King Chu. His talent is astonishing. He is now the fourth Lord of Heaven in the Tianhe Kingdom. The second is King Qi. He is an expert in management. Qizhen Pavilion is King Qi. He is secretly plotting to gather all the talents and treasures in the world for the imperial family. Ha ha ha. Mengru, you forgot to introduce yourself. The third king is you, Mengru. These years, if you hadn't abandoned your status as imperial family member and showed your face in public, Qizhen Pavilion wouldn't be what it is today. Our imperial family wouldn't have been able to prosper so smoothly. The king of Qi was very talkative, and his voice was mellow and resonant. However, he did not have the profligacy of a merchant. On the contrary, he had the grandeur of a Jianghu hero. He stood up and looked Yi Fei up and down with admiration. I've heard about you from Mengru. King Chu has a fiery temper, but you actually managed to not suffer under his pressure. You are indeed a talent. Yi Fei, let's not talk about unnecessary things. Now that our royal family is flourishing, it's His Majesty who's doing this. Now is the time to recruit heroes and display your strength. Let me ask you one thing. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are right in front of you. Do you dare to take it? Yi Fei maintained his composure and said indifferently, that depends on what glory and splendor it is, what riches and honor. A gentleman's desire for wealth is justified. This he can't be considered a gentleman, but benefits that I shouldn't take, I absolutely won't take. Then what should you take? King Qi was rather interested. Then I won't be polite, Yi Fei said in a low voice. The king of Qi stared intently at Yi Fei and suddenly said, Now, there's a chance for you to be on equal footing with this king. Do you want it? Do you want it? Do you want it? What a king! The first to be shocked was not Yi Fei, but Madame Meng. Even she had not expected that the king of Qi would offer such generous conditions to recruit Yi Fei. They were so generous that any family would go crazy over them. It had to be known that even the #1 family in the imperial city, the 8th rank Lin family, had the highest rank of duke and not king. But Yi Fei was only at the Empyrean realm, yet he could be conferred the title of king. The king of Qi's generosity not only shocked Madame Meng, but also Yi Fei himself. Yi Fei was given a big fright, and his heart was filled with excitement. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. I remember that the Lin family has the Lord of Heaven, but he is only a duke. I am only a wandering Empyrean realm cultivator and a guest of the Divine Star Academy. Even if I am a high-level spirit augmentation master, I still can't be conferred the title of king. Speak, what does the royal family want me to do? What do you want me to be conferred the title of king? Seeing that Yi Fei was able to maintain his calm in the face of the great temptation of a king, the praise in the king of Qi's eyes deepened. He smiled and said, No wonder Ren Tianqing personally came out to protect you. Yi Fei, you are truly a talent. It is not your martial talent or your talent in spirit augmentation, but your mind, your calmness. That's right. As a pure Empyrean, even if you are a high-level spirit augmentation master, you still don't have the qualifications to be conferred the title of king. But you're very lucky. Ren Tianqing thinks highly of you, and so does Jiangzhen. Coincidentally, the royal family is very interested in something in the Divine Star Academy. The king of Qi's eyes suddenly became somewhat strange, and this strangeness caused Yi Fei's heart to skip a beat. He immediately reacted. The royal family was obviously using the title of king to bribe him and make him betray the Divine Star Academy. Yi Fei's heart flashed with a cold smile, but he did not rush to refuse. Instead, he asked in a low voice, What does the Divine Star Academy have? Why is the royal family so interested? It is a very simple thing. As long as you promise to pledge your loyalty to the royal family, I will tell you what it is. Of course, the Divine Star Academy is not only interested in that thing. If you can give the Divine Star Academy's 9 Revolutions Divine Star art to us in its entirety, I will still be here. I will reward you with 1,000 Xian veins and 100 beauties. I will even give you this king's mansion. What? You even won the 9 Revolutions Divine Star art? Yi Fei's heart trembled violently once again. A sovereign cultivation technique, even if it was the strongest in the Tianhe kingdom, would not be worth 1,000 Xian veins. Moreover, since the royal family could produce a Dao monarch like the Sky River Dao monarch, the sovereign cultivation technique of the royal family would definitely be extraordinary. In that case, the royal family would have no need to covet the 9 revolutions divine star art. But the royal family still did so. There was only one possibility, and that was that the royal family's goal in obtaining the 9 revolutions divine star art was not to cultivate it, but to find a flaw in the sovereign cultivation technique. Any cultivation technique would have a flaw. It was the same for sovereign cultivation techniques. Once this flaw was found, it would be a fatal weakness for cultivators at the heavenly venerate realm and above. Could it be that the royal family had already decided to make a move against the Divine Star Academy? Yi Fei's heart could not help but be filled with great waves and worries. Seeing Yi Fei remain silent, King Qi's face suddenly became gloomy. Madame Ming also became nervous. She couldn't help but hug Yi Fei's arm again and persuade him in a low voice. Yi Fei, I know you don't want to betray the Divine Star Academy, but a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. The reason I invited you here today is because I don't want to see such an outstanding talent like you buried in the Divine Star Academy. Such a small place. Seeing that Yi Fei still did not say anything, King Qi's originally heroic expression became completely gloomy. Yi Fei, do you agree or not? Say something. Whatever you want, you can state your conditions. Right now, great glory and wealth are in front of you, and all you have to do is betray the Divine Star Academy a little. After all, you are only a guest elder and have not joined the Divine Star Academy. Chapter 2039. In the face of this temptation, Yi Fei's heart was filled with coldness and ridicule. That's right, the temptation of the title of king was indeed huge. If it were someone else, they would have agreed without hesitation. But Yi Fei was different. He had his own principles. This principle was that he would never be a traitor, even if he wasn't a member of the Divine Star Academy. Even if he was just a guest who could leave at any time, a traitor was a traitor. This was a stain that couldn't be washed away in a lifetime. Yi Fei used his profound energy to lightly shake off Madame Meng's arm. His expression was serious and resolute. Madame Meng, King Qi, thank you for thinking so highly of me. I may not be a good person, but I can become evil. I can become a devil, but I will never become a traitor. A traitor. What a fool. Do you know what the title of king of the Tianhe kingdom represents? This is the glory of being under one person above tens of thousands of people. This is glory and wealth. This is all-powerful. With the title of king, a rogue cultivator like you will have a foothold in the Tianhe kingdom. With the title of king, you will be able to rise above everyone. From now on, you will be above everyone else. With the title of king, you will have the opportunity to receive the full support of the royal family. From now on, breaking through to the sovereign realm and becoming the Lord of Heaven will not be a problem. This is a great opportunity to change your life, and all you have to do is betray us. King Qi's expression was cold and bewitching. He was both tempting and threatening. After all, the current royal family was no longer the royal family of the past. For the royal family to think highly of Yi Fei, it was Yi Fei's honor. If Yi Fei rejected this honor, it would be an insult to the royal family. Madame Ming also persuaded him sincerely. Yi Fei, I know that it is difficult for you to betray the Divine Star Academy, but I promise that this matter will not be spread. No one in the entire Tianhe kingdom will know that you were once a traitor, and that you are the future king of the Tianhe kingdom. Your future is bright. Hearing this, Yi Fei laughed. It was a mocking smile, but it was also a clean smile. Madame Ming, I originally thought that since you investigated me so thoroughly, you must know my character very well. Unfortunately, I was wrong. You can't do anything to me at all. You think that just because I carry Demon Ye's evil name, I'm a vile person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm indeed a vile person, but I'm a true vile person. I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. The Divine Star Academy is my benefactor, but I have no enmity with them. The reward of being a king is too stinky. Please forgive me for not accepting it. Resign. Yi Fei didn't waste any time on pleasantries. He made his stance clear. Then he turned and left. He knew that the moment he walked out of the door, he would be enemies with the Qizhan Pavilion and the royal family. However, Yi Fei did not hesitate. Compared to being a traitor or a spy, he preferred being a true villain. At the very least, I can have a clear conscience. I can live up to my own heart and live up to the hearts of others. Yi Fei walked out of the study and into the inner courtyard. However, just as he was about to leave the palace and return to the Divine Star Academy, Baida and Bai Er's faces were as calm as water. They were like two door gods, blocking Yi Fei's path. Bai Da's expression was cold, while Bai Er tried to persuade him. Young Master Yi, why are you so stubborn? The entire Tianhe Kingdom belongs to the royal family. You are also a subject of the Tianhe Kingdom. How can you not obey? Sorry, you are subjects, but I am not. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Baida said coldly. The aura of a sovereign suddenly surged towards Yi Fei like a storm. Go back. Boom! A heavy sword mountain suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fei. The divine inscriptions on it flickered, causing the heavy sword to become even heavier. It firmly blocked Bai Da's sovereign Qian energy. Bai Da's expression immediately changed. Madame Ming's expression also changed. She suddenly turned around and clasped her hands towards King Qi. Uncle Qi, although Yi Fei is stubborn, his talent is shocking. He is also a high-level spirit augmentation master. A talent like him is hard to come by. Why don't I try to persuade him? There's no need to persuade him. He is talented, but it's a pity that he can't be used by the royal family. He is a threat. He must be completely eradicated. Baida, Bai Er from now on, I don't want to see this person. In any case, there are many people who are willing to be dogs for the royal family. King Qi clasped his hands behind his back and coldly gave the order to kill. Obviously, King Qi had long prepared for this. If Yi Fei submitted, he would be given the title of king. If Yi Fei refused, he would be left with his life. Young Master Yi, how unwise of you. Madame Ming turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yi Fei die a miserable death. Hearing King Qi's order, Baida and Bai Er sighed. Then, with murderous intent, they approached Yi Fei step by step. At this moment, Yi Fei smiled. Yi Fei, you really have guts. You're about to die, but you can still smile. Lin Gui and Lin Chen's defeat was not unjust. It's a pity that such a talent. King Qi looked regretful. Madame Ming also couldn't bear it. She tried to persuade him one last time. Yi Fei, it's not too late to regret now. Nothing is more important than your life. Perhaps, life is important, but some relationships are more important than life. I can die standing, but I will never live kneeling. Yi Fei's expression didn't change. At this moment, he carried the heavy black iron sword and strode out of the manor. Those who stand in my way shall die. Yi Fei, I think you're the one who's seeking death. Attack immediately and tear this boy to pieces. King Qi was thoroughly enraged. Even threatening Yi Fei's life wasn't enough to make him yield. With King Qi's fury, Baida and Bai Er didn't dare to hold back. They simultaneously circulated their Qian energy, ready to kill Yi Fei on the spot. Yi Fei's hands tightened around the heavy black iron sword. Then, the second divine pattern on the heavy black iron sword in his hand lit up and burned fiercely. At the same time, an intense aura of a sovereign appeared on Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's actions shocked Baida and Bai Er. After all, the heavy black iron sword in Yi Fei's hand had been forged by Qizhan Pavilion. Of course, they knew how terrifying this sword was. Just the weight of the sword was enough to injure a sovereign. Furthermore, Yi Fei had burned his source energy to activate the second divine pattern. The divine pattern had the offensive power of a sovereign. King Qi's complexion immediately became incomparably unsightly. Madame Ming was incomparably regretful that she had sold this black, iron-heavy sword to Yi Fei. At that time, she had been too anxious to rope in Yi Fei. She hadn't expected that the heavy black iron sword that Qijian Pavilion couldn't sell would be so powerful in Yi Fei's hands. Madame Meng felt as if she had shot herself in the foot. King Qi was even more enraged. He laughed coldly. Yi Fei, do you think that by burning your source energy and activating the second divine pattern, you can escape this calamity? How long can you burn your source energy for? When your source energy is exhausted, we won't have to do anything. You'll become a cripple. This is your last chance. Surrender or die. Chapter 2040. At this moment, not only did Yi Fei ignite his source energy to activate the second rune, he also took out the third-ranked divine sword that Jiang Zhen had given him. He ignited his source energy on the spot, completely activating the third rune on the third-ranked divine sword. This time, a trace of the Lord of Heaven's aura appeared. This scene caused King Qi's heart to jump. He hurriedly shouted, by air, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop him. Stop this madman. He's gone mad. He's really gone mad. King Qi had never seen such a crazy person before. It had to be known that once a third-ranked divine rune was activated, the attack power released would be comparable to an attack from the Lord of Heaven. However, this kind of power could only be controlled by the Lord of Heaven. If a cultivator who wasn't the Lord of Heaven wanted to control this kind of power, they would have to pay an incomparably heavy price. For example, Lin Rong had once activated the third-ranked divine rune on the drifting snow spear when he was in the Empyrean realm, receiving an attack from the Lord of Heaven. Not only had he ignited his source energy, he had been stuck in the early sovereign realm for the rest of his life, unable to break through again. At the same time, Lin Rong had also received the title of a madman. But at this moment, there was someone even crazier than Lin Rong. He had actually activated two divine weapons at once. Even the experienced King Qi was frightened to the point that his heart was pounding. The two brothers, by de and by air, were even more terrified. However, their duty as guards made them rush towards Yi Fei with their fastest speed. They also tried to stop Yi Fei from fully activating the third-ranked divine rune. However, their movements were fast, but Yi Fei's speed was even faster than theirs. The black iron heavy sword in his hand slashed out without even thinking. Boom! The whistling sword light transformed into a terrifying Taiji 8 trigrams, causing Bai De and Bai Air to roar in anger. The profound iron-heavy sword that had only activated a second-level divine rune was too terrifying. It had already increased Yi Fei's attack to the level of a sovereign, and had also successfully blocked Bai De and Bai Air's attacks. At the same time, the three divine runes on the third-ranked divine sword in Yi Fei's hand lit up and started to burn fiercely. However, these divine runes were not burning Yi Fei's profound energy, but the heavenly venerate origin within Yi Fei's body. Especially when the third-level rune lit up, Yi Fei's body instantly began to glow. 10 Empyrean essences were instantly consumed. If it was anyone else, by the time they ignited a third-level divine imprint, that cultivator's source chi would have been completely exhausted, and they would be like a lamp that had run out of oil. Fortunately, Yi Fei had been hunting baleful energy in the land of baleful energy, and he had refined a large amount of Empyrean essences. Even though he had instantly consumed 10 essences, he still had over 90 essences in his body. At the same time, the power obtained from burning his essences allowed Yi Fei's third-ranked divine sword to suddenly erupt with a radiance even more resplendent than the profound iron-heavy sword. That was no longer the radiance of Sovereign, but the radiance of the Lord of Heaven. Under such a terrifying sword light, even Bai De and Bai Air, the two late-stage sovereigns, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The two brothers roared at the same time, instantly joining forces to try and block this terrifying sword light. But very quickly, they saw with incomparable despair that the terrifying sword light instantly shattered all of their martial arts and divine abilities. There was a loud bang. Bida and by Air's bodies were like kites with their strings cut. They spat out blood crazily, and two deep wounds appeared on their chests. They had almost been split in half by this sword light. They fell to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. How is this possible? Madame Ming covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe that this was real. Her two most capable subordinates, both late-stage sovereigns, had been almost instantly killed by Yi Fei's sword. King Qi was also horrified. He said in a low voice, "This is the terror of a spiritual weapon. Even if it's just a low-level cultivator, as long as he has a high-level spiritual weapon, it's still possible for him to kill someone of a higher level. But it's a pity that he has to pay a huge price for this. Moreover, such an attack can only be used once. Yi Fei, now you're just a pitiful worm about to die. Kill." A sovereign aura stronger than Bida and by Air's erupted from King Qi's body. Then, he charged furiously at Yi Fei, wanting to kill Yi Fei with his own hands. A smile appeared on Yi Fei's face once again. Seeing this smile, for some reason, a deep sense of fear flashed across Madame Ming's face. Why would I be afraid? He activated two spiritual weapons at the same time and even released an attack from the Lord of Heaven. The current him doesn't have any strength left. Even a puny, earthly venerable can easily kill him. Madame Ming didn't know why, but she still felt fear and trepidation. She couldn't help but look at Yi Fei. Then, she saw Yi Fei's boyish smile again. Then, she saw a terrifying scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In Yi Fei's hand, the originally extinguished third-level divine rune suddenly ignited once again. It was reactivated and once again possessed the terrifying attack power of the Lord of Heaven. Finally, what she saw was a terrifying pool of blood. King Qi's blood. Boom! The entire manor trembled under Yi Fei's terrifying attack. The ground was dyed red with blood. King Qi's eyes were wide open as he stared at Yi Fei. He stared at Yi Fei's terrifying divine sword that had pierced through his head. Why didn't you? Are you surprised that after burning my source energy once, I can still burn it a second time? I've said it before. I can be evil. I can be a demon, but I will never be a traitor, nor will I be someone else's dog. You're a member of the imperial family. So what? Let me tell you, rogue cultivators are also people. Don't look down on people. Pooh! Yi Fei pulled out his sword and sheathed it. There was a cold corpse at his feet. It was King Qi's corpse. King Qi is dead. Madame Ming's body suddenly went limp as she fell to the ground. But very quickly, her eyes became cold and filled with endless killing intent. Yi Fei, you killed King Qi. The imperial family won't let you off. I won't let you off either. Men, kill him. At this moment, Madame Ming no longer treated Yi Fei as a talent. She saw him as a demon, the greatest threat to the imperial family. She had to give an explanation for King Qi's death, and this explanation would be Yi Fei's head. Treacherous, treacherous traitor. Demon Yi, you dare to kill King Qi? Our imperial family will wipe out 10 generations of your family. Kill. King Qi's death alarmed a large group of guards in the manor. These were all sovereign's guards, and they were also the most loyal subordinates of the imperial family. King Qi had originally planned to ambush these people and use them as executioners to kill Yi Fei. But King Qi had never dreamed that Yi Fei would be able to activate a third-level rune twice in a row. What Madame Ming didn't expect was that Yi Fei could not only activate it twice, but also a third time. In the end, what she saw in front of her eyes was a terrifying divine sword light, and an even more terrifying rain of blood and human heads, sprinkling all over the sky and covering the earth. In the end, there was only one person standing with a sword in hand. That person was Yi Fei. His left hand was holding a heavy black iron sword, and his right hand was holding a third-level divine sword. The blade of the sword was covered in blood. Chapter 2041. Yi Fei walked out of the manor. The streets outside the manor were still bustling with people. There were peddlers everywhere, as well as the luxurious carriages of the nobles. No one noticed that a bloody conflict had occurred within the manor. No one noticed the dazzling sword light released by Yi Fei. These lights were all blocked and concealed by a single person. This person was none other than the principal of the Divine Star Academy, the Lord of Heaven, Ren Tianxing. Beside him was Jiangzhen. Jiangzhen's face was filled with worry. Only when he saw Yi Fei did he heave a sigh of relief. Yi Fei, you were too rash this time. How could you come to the Qi King's manor so easily? Senior Ren, many thanks. Yi Fei didn't speak to Jiangzhen. Instead, he clasped his hands towards Ren Tianxing. When he saw Ren Tianxing here, he understood why his fight in the manor hadn't alarmed anyone. It was Ren Tianxing who had used the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven to cover up all of this. He had also indirectly helped him resolve a fatal crisis. After all, not only had he rejected the recruitment of the royal family, he had also killed the Qi King. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The royal family would definitely use all their strength to hunt him down and eliminate him in order to maintain their dignity. But Ren Tianxing's interference had turned the public fight into a secret contest between the Divine Star Academy and the royal family. No one knew that the Qi King had already died. It was as if no one knew that in this luxurious mansion, there had been a short and dangerous battle. It's good that you're back. As long as you're in the Divine Star Academy, I'll protect you. You're not my disciple, but you're more important than my disciple. Ren Tianxing said something very strange. Yi Fei couldn't understand these words. Jiangzhen was already standing at the side. He hurriedly urged, Yi Fei, you're too bold. Take advantage of the fact that the royal family hasn't arrived yet. Return to the Divine Star Academy first. Yi Fei shook his head solemnly. If I didn't kill the Qi King would have killed me. I won't regret it. But is it really okay for me to return to the Divine Star Academy like this? Ren Tianxing indifferently said, You're a guest elder. You can come and go as you please. But if you want to know what happened in Duqian, then come with us. Finished. With a wave of his hand, Ren Tianxing removed the soundproof restriction on the entire mansion, and then he solemnly walked towards the sky. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment, and then he hurriedly followed along with Jiangzhen. On the way, Jiangzhen told Yi Fei the reason he had rushed over. It was because Lu Yong had come to the academy to look for Yi Fei. However, when he saw that the carriage Secondby had used to pick up Yi Fei had the symbol of Qi Manor, Lu Yong didn't dare to approach it. Instead, he told Jiangzhen about this. While Jiangzhen was shocked, he quickly informed his master, Ren Tianxing. After hearing this, Yi Fei felt touched but also heartbroken. If he had known that Ren Tianxing, the Lord of Heaven, was just outside the manor, he wouldn't have burned his Empyrean origin source so many times. To activate the Black Iron Heavy Sword, I used 2 Empyrean origin source. To activate the level 3 Divine Sword, I used 40 Empyrean origin source. Yi Fei felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Jiangzhen saw that Yi Fei's complexion wasn't good and thought that Yi Fei was injured. He couldn't help but worry. Yi Fei, are you injured? No, I'm just heartbroken. Yi Fei lowered his head bitterly and followed Jiangzhen and Ren Tianxing back to the Divine Star Academy. Follow me. Ren Tianxing didn't say much and directly brought Yi Fei to the dean's area. Then, he walked into a study room. This is where I usually study and also where I teach my disciples. However, I've only taken in 2 disciples in my life. One is Jiangzhen. Ren Tianxing pointed at Jiangzhen and suddenly pointed at a portrait in the corner of the study room. The other is Chun Duqian. In the portrait, there was a very tall and sturdy man. He was the kind of man who could go to the market to slaughter pigs if he rolled up his sleeves. However, the man's body was filled with the free and easy aura of a scholar. He also had a folding fan in his hand and a thumb ring on his thumb. Yi Fei was very familiar with that thumb ring. It was the starry sky ring of a human race battlefield in the Earth domain. Yi Fei was even more familiar with the person in the portrait. This heroic man was once the sky sovereign of the capital. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He only walked over and bowed respectfully to the portrait of the Sky Sovereign. Then, he raised his head and looked at Ren Tianxing and Jiangzhen. Jiangzhen sat down solemnly and asked seriously, Yi Fei, I hope you can answer my next question honestly. Are you from the Earth Domain, like senior brother Du Tian? Yi Fei was shocked. Coming from the Earth Domain should be the biggest secret of him and the Sky Sovereign. After all, the Heaven Domain had long been sealed to deal with people from the Earth Domain. Yi Fei didn't expect that the Sky Sovereign would choose to tell such a secret to an outsider. No, not an outsider. You should be people whom the Sky Sovereign trusts completely. That's why he told you this. Yi Fei suddenly understood the meaning of Jiangzhen's words. Jiangzhen nodded seriously. You're right, we're not outsiders. Senior brother Du Tian and master are master and disciple in name, but they're like father and son. As for me, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Before I met Chun Du Tian, I was just a spoiled brat from a fifth-rank family. I had no resources and no talent. After entering the Divine Star Academy, I was often bullied. It was then that I met Chun Du Tian. Jiangzhen recalled. At that time, Chun Du Tian was just an errand boy in the Divine Star Academy. His body was sealed by the Heaven Domain, but he wasn't discouraged. He worked hard day after day, year after year, to earn Xunli Dan. At that time, many errand boys looked down on him, scolded him, and bullied him. But when he was scolded, he just laughed it off. When he was beaten, he didn't retaliate. However, there was one thing that I admire the most about Chun Du Tian. He could endure being beaten or scolded, but when he saw someone weaker than him being bullied, he would immediately stand up and use his viciousness and anger to let the other party know what was going on. What is blood? What is tears? At that time, I felt that Chun Du Tian's actions were very interesting. Out of sympathy, I went back to the family and asked for more than 10 Xunli Dan for him. After that, I forgot about this matter and forgot about this person. But at that time, I offended a young master of the family. That young master made me kneel in front of everyone and crawled under his crotch. I crawled under his crotch, and he purposely let the woman I love watch me being humiliated with her own eyes. I still remember that he stepped on my head like that, but in his arms, he was holding the woman I love the most. Chapter 2042. A third of the bones in his body were broken, and the tendons in his arms and legs were all severed. Even so, Chun Du Tian did not utter a single word, nor did he beg for mercy. The last thing Jiangzhen saw was Chun Du Tian covered in blood, lying on the ground, a figure crawling silently. From then on, Jiangzhen understood what blood and tears were. He was originally kneeling in front of the young master of the direct line, in front of the woman he loved the most. But when he saw Chun Du Tian lying on the ground in pain, a surge of courage gave Jiangzhen the urge to stand up. Of course, Jiangzhen was also beaten up badly. Not only did the woman he loved leave him, even the tendons in his arms and legs were severed. They were severed. The great pain made me cry and scream at that time, but Chun Du Tian laughed at that time. Just when that young master was at his proudest and most arrogant, Chun Du Tian's spirit actually rushed out of his body and rushed into that young master's heavenly palace, soul leaving the body and entering the opponent's sky palace. Hiss! Yi Fei felt an indescribable fear when he heard this. He felt that the heaven and earth supremacy was too crazy. One had to know that the soul was the weakest. If one was careless, one's soul could be destroyed. But this might be the only way for an earthly supremacy to defeat a heavenly supremacy. In a head-on battle, an earthly supremacy would not be able to use any divine ability, so they would only be tortured to death. But if the soul could enter the opponent's sky palace, the battle of realms would become a battle of souls. At that time, both sides would compete to see whose soul was stronger and who was more fearless of death. Obviously, the young master of the direct line, who had always lived like a prince, could not be compared to the crazy earthly supremacy. Because of this, earthly supremacy created the legend of an earthly supremacy killing a heavenly supremacy in the Divine Star Academy. This matter shocked the entire upper echelon of the academy, and finally alarmed Run Tianxing, the dean of the Lord of Heaven. At that time, Master clearly expressed that he wanted to accept senior brother Du Tian as his only disciple. However, senior brother Du Tian refused. He said that if he wanted to accept a disciple, he would accept me as well. At that time, Master said that I had no talent. Senior brother said that I had courage. Master said that I had no comprehension ability. Senior brother pointed at me and said that compared to comprehension ability, I had more courage. Master still shook his head, saying that he would only accept one disciple in his entire life. Senior brother laughed and pointed at me, saying, "Please accept him and let me leave on my own." Master didn't understand and asked why senior brother would go to such lengths for someone he didn't even know. Senior brother laughed and shook his head. He pointed at me again and said that he was not a stranger. He gave me the Xunli Dan. He gave me the most precious time and hope. Jiang Zhen's voice was choked with emotion. He was a ruler, but when he recalled the past, he still choked up. When Yifei heard about Du Tian earthly venerate's past, he suddenly felt a strong sense of pride as a man when he saw the portrait of Du Tian earthly venerate. I finally understand why Wang Bai chose to let Du Tian earthly venerate enter the heaven realm. Only a person with a temperament like Du Tian earthly venerate would not forget the earth realm and would be willing to dedicate his entire life to the earth realm. Yifei was very solemn. It was said that a man's promise was worth 1,000 taels of gold. However, apart from a promise, a man's kindness was even more important. That's strange. Since Du Tian earthly venerate became senior brother Jiangzhen's disciple in the end, and even acknowledged a lord of heaven like senior Ren as his master, why would Du Tian earthly venerate still die? Yifei looked at Jiangzhen in confusion. He also looked at the silent Ren Tianxing. Ren Tianxing didn't say anything. He just silently took out a blood-stained beast skin from his space belt. When he saw the beast skin, the dragon turtle in the beast-marked space suddenly prostrated in fear. Xiao Chao's eyes also glowed as he pointed at the dragon turtle and then at the beast skin. After many years of interaction, Yifei immediately understood what Xiao Chao meant. He stood up in disbelief. Dragon. This is the skin of a true divine dragon. The dragon turtle had dragon blood, and it was a very high-grade dragon blood. Only a true divine dragon could suppress the dragon turtle just by looking at this piece of skin. That's right. This is the skin of a divine dragon. Just this piece of skin alone is worth a city. However, the most valuable part of it is not the skin, but the map on it. Ren Tianxing opened the dragon's skin. What appeared on it was a map drawn with some unknown blood. Moreover, this blood gave Yifei a very strong sense of oppression. Just by staring at the blood for a while, Yifei's sky palaces shook and his soul became unstable. He had the urge to vomit blood. He hurriedly closed his eyes, not daring to look at the map again. "Master, what kind of map is this? I'm a ruler, but after looking at it for a while, my blood is surging in my soul and sky palaces are being suppressed." Jiang Zhen, a ruler, was also feeling uncomfortable. Yifei couldn't help but be even more shocked. Then a thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but cry out, could it be that sky supremacy Du Tian died because of this map? That's right, Du Tian lost his life because of this map. You can't withstand the blood on the map because the blood used to draw this map is Renzu's blood. Ren Tianxing said indifferently. His words were like two claps of thunder that stunned Yifei and Jiang Zhen. Stunned. What was Renzu? Above the Godlord level was Renzu. That was the ancestor of all humans. He was the most powerful existence in the entire heaven realm. However, compared to Jiang Zhen's stupefied state, Yifei's reaction was still considered normal. After all, he had a Renzu by his side. The Nine Heaven Sword Master was actually Renzu. After recovering from his shock, Jiang Zhen's eyes suddenly turned red. I remember now. Senior brother Du Tian once told me that he seemed to have found an incredible treasure. If he obtained it, not only would he be able to quickly break through to the Lord of Heaven and return to the Earth realm, but you Master would also be able to break through to the Tao Lord level and obtain even more power. Your realm would increase your lifespan. Could it be that what senior brother found was Renzu's treasure? What? Renzu's treasure? Boom! This news was too shocking. One had to know that the strongest person in the entire Tiana kingdom was the Lord of Heaven, and there were only 4 of them. In the entire Qingzhou, the strongest person was only a god lord. As for Renzu, he was a legend in Qingzhou, just like the immortals who were passed down by word of mouth. More importantly, any Renzu had the power to easily sweep through the entire Qingzhou. Yi Fei did not expect that senior brother Du Tian would be able to obtain Renzu's treasure as a celestial venerable. It was no wonder that senior brother Du Tian would suddenly die in the heaven realm. The reason must be related to Renzu's treasure. Not good. Du Tianzuan died for the sake of the human ancestors' treasure. And when I was tricked by Madame Meng into going to the Qi King manor, the Qi King promised me the title of king to help the royal clan obtain a treasure from the Divine Star Academy. Could it be that this treasure is the human ancestors' treasure? Hearing this, Jiang Jun suddenly roared in anger. What? The royal family also knows about Renzu's treasure? Master, is this why you didn't tell senior brother Du Tian the reason for his death? So it's the royal family. Very good. I'll kill my way into the palace and find the murderer to avenge senior brother. I'll kill him. Oh. Chapter 2043. Could it be the royal family that had killed a heaven and earth supremacy? Jiang Zhen's violent reaction shocked Yi Fei. He couldn't help but look at Ren Tianxing, the Lord of Heaven. Ren Tianxing's expression was solemn as he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jiang Zhen, who had lost control of his emotions. Silly boy, silly boy. The reason why I didn't tell you the truth is because you will become like this once you know the truth. Furthermore, even though I suspect that Du Tian's death was caused by the royal family, I haven't been able to find any evidence after so many years. Without evidence, I wouldn't risk offending the royal family. That would only be courting death. Ren Tianxing forcefully used his cultivation base as the Lord of Heaven to suppress Jiang Zhen, who was on the brink of insanity. However, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Jiang Zhen's face. Very quickly, these 2 drops of tears disappeared. The Lord of Heaven's expression suddenly turned grave and stern. My disciple, I had originally planned to give you this map of Renzu's treasure before I die. I also hoped that you would be able to find Du Tian's true murderer. However, it seems that this map is not suitable for you to keep. Yi Fei, take this map. Take it. Whoosh! A blood-red light fell into Yi Fei's hand. It was the dragon skin map that recorded Renzu's treasure. However, the edges of the map were very uneven, and there were even some tear marks on it. Yi Fei couldn't help but look at Ren Tianxing in astonishment. The Lord of Heaven explained coldly. There are a total of 5 maps of Renzu's treasure. Du Tian only obtained one of them, but it was the most important one. This might also be the reason why Du Tian was suddenly assassinated. Yi Fei, you will learn from my divine star. We have nothing to do with each other. If you can't bear this heavy burden, you can give up. Yi Fei's expression was very complicated as he held the dragon skin map in his hand. However, when he thought about how Du Tian's heaven and earth supremacy had died for this map, Yi Fei felt an inexplicable sense of anger and murderous intent. I am a heaven and earth venerate. We don't know each other, but we both walked down the path of despair. Back when I was in the Demon God Temple, it was also thanks to the True Spirit 9 transformations of sky supremacy that I was able to walk on the path of despair with less danger. Later on, in the Great Heaven's Sacred Palace, I met the remnant will of the Great Heaven Highness. He taught me the Great Heaven Formless Tribulation and gave me the entire Great Heaven's Sacred Palace. This is a great favor. Without Du Tian and the Du Tian Divine Palace, I would have died on the human battlefield. Now that Chun Du Tian had died, it was very likely that he had not died in battle, but had been assassinated. I have to take revenge. Even if I can't, I have to inherit the will of sky supremacy. One day, I will return to the Earth domain. One day, I will break through the barriers of this realm. I will make the sky of the earth domain no longer fake. I will make the martialists of the earth domain break through to become heavenly venerates, rulers, Lord of heaven, and even Tao lords. Yi Fei gripped the dragon hide map tightly as he stood up. Suddenly, he stared at Ren Tianxing, the powerful Lord of Heaven powerhouse, and asked, I have one last question. Why did you choose to believe in me? Ren Tianxing laughed heartily. However, his laughter was filled with helplessness and vicissitudes. He did not answer Yi Fei's question. Instead, he took out another item with trembling hands. It was the folding fan that Chun Dutian had once used. Someone had used trembling hands to write 2 sentences on it. If there comes a day when I am unable to return to the Earth domain, please bring my ashes back to the Earth domain, to my hometown. If there comes a day when a companion who has walked the same path of despair as me comes to the Tiana Kingdom, to the Divine Star Academy, please entrust my everything to this person from my hometown. Yi Fei read out the words on the folding fan word by word. When Jiang Zhen heard this, tears of blood flowed from his eyes. He fell to the ground and began to bawl like a child. Now you understand why this old man believes in you. It is not me who believes in you, but Chen Dutian who believes in you. Since he believes in you, why not this old man believe in you this once? Ren Tianxing's expression was rigid. Only his eyes seemed to have a trace of moisture, but it quickly dissipated. This Lord of Heaven once again became solemn. He looked at Yi Fei and said, You don't have to worry about killing King Qi. As long as this old man is alive, I will protect you. From now on, all the resources of the Divine Star Academy will be open to you. If you want Xian Meridians, this old man will give you Xian Meridians. If you want pills, this old man will give you pills. If you want to learn, this old man only has one request. You must return to the Earth domain and bring back Dutian's ashes. Let him rest in peace, and let his soul return to his hometown. With trembling hands, Ren Tianxing took out 2 items from the secret room in the study. One of them contained the ashes of the Heaven and Earth Venerables. The other contained the cultivation techniques and martial arts that Chun Dutian had obtained in the Heaven domain. Seeing these 2 items, Yi Fei took a deep breath. He suddenly straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully. He raised his hands and took the cold porcelain jar and the thin golden page. These 2 items were the last things that the Heaven and Earth Venerables left behind for their descendants. Even in death, the Heaven and Earth Venerables would never forget to return to the Earth domain. This stubbornness and pride moved Yi Fei. At the same time, Yi Fei also felt the same way. This was because he also came from the Earth domain. His goal was exactly the same as Chun Dutian's. All right, this old man has said what needs to be said. This old man has also done what needs to be done. I'm tired. Yi Fei, Jiang Zhen, the 2 of you can leave now. Ren Tianxing's tone was unprecedentedly tired. There was even a trace of old age that was hard to detect. After that, the Lord of Heaven waved his hand and chased Yi Fei and Jiang Zhen out of the study and out of the dean's area. However, a golden token appeared in their hands at the same time. This is the Divine Star Token. With this token, we can go to any place in the college and obtain any cultivation resources. Yi Fei, you can bring Senior Brother's ashes back to the Earth domain. However, I will personally avenge Senior Brother's death. At this moment, Jiang Zhen had completely calmed down. He no longer lost control and was no longer sad. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. This former good-for-nothing of his family turned around and walked towards the deepest part of the college with a shocking hatred and fighting spirit. Yi Fei did not follow him. He walked back to his room with a heavy heart. On this day, he did not do anything. He only looked at the sky above his head. He looked at the sun, the moon, and the stars that were completely unfamiliar to him. Xiao Chao was sleeping soundly in his arms. The dragon turtle was squatting by his feet and quietly taking a nap. But the next day, when the sun rose again in this strange east, the sun rose again. Yi Fei put away Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle. He was high-spirited and full of fighting spirit again. He was full of vitality again. Chapter 2044. Besides the 9 revolutions Divine Star Art, there was another reason why the Divine Star Academy was named after the Divine Star Academy. There was a real Divine Star in the Academy. It was a fragment of the Divine Star Academy that had been forcefully smashed down by a Tao monarch. It was also this fragment that had formed the most terrifying and most promising cultivation ground in the Divine Star Academy. As soon as he entered the sacred grounds, Yifei immediately felt an intense pressure from the stars, causing the surrounding space to distort and distort. The laws of the celestial realm were too strong, and, as the starry sky of the celestial realm, the power of the stars was even stronger. As soon as he stepped in, Yifei felt a terrifying pressure rush towards him. This was a pressure comparable to the Lord of Heaven's stars, and this was only the outermost region of the celestial venerate region. In the innermost region was the sovereign region, and only the Lord of Heaven, Ren Tianxing, could approach the Lord of Heaven's region. That was where the fragments of the Divine Star were stored. At this time, Jiang Zhen had already stepped into the sovereign region of the strongest cultivation ground. Yifei even saw a group of the most elite sovereigns of the Divine Star Academy, silently cultivating there. Yifei also didn't choose the sovereign region. Instead, after adapting to the pressure of the stars, he directly stepped into the sovereign region. Boom! The pressure on his body instantly increased tenfold. The surrounding space and Xianxi were like invisible mountains that continuously pressed down on Yifei, causing Yifei to groan. His body swayed, and he actually showed signs of retreating. A nearby sovereign teacher couldn't bear to see this. He shook his head and said, "Young man, go back. You're still young. It's still too early for you to step into the sovereign region." "It's not early. If I don't step in now, I might not have another chance in the future." Yifei smiled faintly. He had killed King Qi, even though it was King Qi who wanted to kill him first. However, the coldness of the royal family didn't care about right or wrong. They only cared about life and death. Now that King Qi was dead, even if Ren Tianxing covered it up and didn't spread the news, it didn't mean that the royal family would let him go. Therefore, Yifei had to use this precious time to become stronger and obtain more combat strength. He didn't turn back. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the pressure of the Divine Star Fragment was. Kacha-kacha. As Yifei walked, the space around him cracked. Yifei was forcefully using his own body, was forcibly breaking through the pressure. Yifei, and rubbed his eyes, was... Jiang Zhen had once told him that the closer one was to the Divine Star, the more power one could absorb from the stars of the celestial realm. If he touched the Divine Star, not only would he obtain a large amount of star power, but he would also have the opportunity to come into contact with the origin source of heaven and earth. Yifei didn't want to give up on this opportunity. Therefore, he continued forward. His actions shocked many other rulers. "He's crazy. Guest Elder Yi is crazy. He isn't even a ruler. How dare he enter the Divine Star's territory?" No, Yifei isn't crazy. He's probably like Senior Brother Dutian. His physical strength alone is close to 50,000 kilos. This kind of strength is enough for him to withstand the pure pressure of the stars, said Jiang Zhen. He was also cultivating here. However, given his strength, he could only get close to the Divine Star's territory. He couldn't enter it. Now, Jiang Zhen placed all his hopes on Yifei. "Yifei, you can do it. I believe that Senior Brother Dutian was able to walk in. You can do it too. Senior Jiang Zhen, don't worry. If Senior Dutian can do it, I can do it too. If he can't do it, I can do it too." Yifei smiled. He suddenly lifted his foot and stepped into the territory of the Divine Star's territory. Boom! A pressure comparable to the Divine Stars came crashing down. Boundless star power was drawn in by the nearby Divine Star Fragment. It crashed down on Yifei like a tidal wave, causing Yifei's face to turn pale. He also felt intense pain throughout his body. However, Yifei didn't stop. He activated his supreme divine body and activated his battle shaman body. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. Under the horrified gazes of many rulers, including Jiangzhen, Yi Fei actually walked 100 steps into the divine star's territory. Freak! Terrifying. Even Shindu Tian was only able to walk 100 steps back then. And that was with the cultivation of a late-stage Empyrean. I mean, this kid is crazy. Hiss, hiss. The rulers who were discussing this sucked in a breath of cold air. After Yi Fei walked 100 steps and stopped for a few breaths, Yi Fei's body suddenly shook. His entire body emitted an inexplicable sword aura. With this layer of sword aura, Yi Fei lifted his foot and stepped down again. He actually took another step forward. Then 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. The closer he got to the mountain-sized divine star fragment, the more terrifying the surrounding star pressure became. However, Yi Fei didn't stop. He continued to walk forward. Within the heavenly palace, the undying sword's soul emitted an intense black gold light. He was happily absorbing the power of the stars around him. That's right, the undying sword soul was that domineering. As long as it was energy, the undying sword soul could absorb it. This kind of energy, of course, included the star power of the heavenly realm. It was also because of this ability of the undying sword soul that Yi Fei mustered up his courage. After taking 100 steps, he continued to take another 100 steps. The group of rulers outside were shocked. Jiangzhen was so shocked that his eyes widened. Of course, even though the undying sword soul was absorbing the power of the stars, the pressure of the stars around the divine planet was too terrifying. Yi Fei could only take another 100 steps before he reached his limit. Then he sat down in the lotus position closest to the divine planet fragment. He opened the treasure that the heavenly Empyrean had left for him. The last treasure was a pitch-black metal box. Inside the box was a cultivation technique written on special bee skin. The follow-up to the path of despair, golden body of laws. Yi Fei's eyes widened. The path of despair actually has a follow-up technique. That's right. The path of despair was originally brought from the heavenly realm to the earth realm by heavenly Empyrean Lord of Darkness. The strongest thing in the heavenly realm isn't martial arts, but divine abilities. Since that's the case, it's not strange that the path of despair has a follow-up divine ability. Chapter 2045. Time passed quickly. A month had passed since Yi Fei had entered the most powerful training ground. It was also during this month that Qizhen Pavilion suddenly announced that they would be loyal to the royal family. This news shocked many of the clans and sects who had been observing the situation. Qizhen Pavilion was the largest trading company in the Tianhe Kingdom, and its wealth was comparable to that of a country. No one would have thought that such a huge force would be the property of the royal family. However, this also explained why the imperial family was still able to produce new heavenly lords despite the fact that the imperial family's treasury was depleted every year. It was obvious that King Qi and the Qizhen Pavilion were fully supporting the imperial family. Qizhen Pavilion's real name was Qizhen Pavilion. It was the name of Qizhen by Qizhen. Qizhen Pavilion's death had brought Qizhen Pavilion from behind the scenes to the front stage. Yi Fei didn't know that after he had ruined the royal family's hunt, he had once again unintentionally ruined the royal family's plans. On the royal family's death list, Yi Fei's name was already very high up. Reset. But even so, the royal family still had no intention of making a move. The entire royal family was eerily quiet this month. The gates were still tightly shut. Large numbers of soldiers loyal to the royal family, or those who had been bought over by Qizhen Pavilion, were quietly gathering from all over the Tianhe Kingdom. Many of the once glorious 5th and 6th rank clans were being hunted down by the army and the royal family in various cities. The fortresses of the families were broken through one by one, and countless corpses were hung on the city walls. The once glorious families in the Milky Way Kingdom had been destroyed. Even more clans chose to surrender and submit to the imperial family's sudden display of power. After that, these clans that had surrendered were forcefully organized into cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers. They silently rushed towards the imperial city. However, there would always be people who were unwilling to give up. Time and time again, they would send out death warriors to charge into the imperial city. They sent out a warning. Finally, after countless people had died, one of the rulers risked his life to break through the city walls and rush into the royal family's capital. Although he was quickly killed, there were many smart people in the royal family who understood the significance of the ruler's death. Unavoidably, the atmosphere in the royal capital was filled with the stench of blood, terror, and nervousness. Under such an oppressive atmosphere, all the clans and sects couldn't help but cast their gazes onto the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy. This was also the only power in the Tianhe kingdom that could resist the royal family, especially the Lin clan of the royal family. If it wasn't for the sudden rise of the royal family, the Lin clan might have replaced the royal family in a few decades. When they learned that the royal family had raised their butcher's knife, the entire Lin clan became nervous. A large number of the clan members were armed, and many 7th-rank clans who were unwilling to submit to the Lin clan's capital that were secretly contacted by the clan. The ancestor of the Lin family, Lord of Heaven Lin Xiong, was standing on the martial arts practice field of the Lin family. He was encouraging the more than 20 rank 6 and rank 7 clans who had secretly submitted to him. Everyone, we have plundered the imperial family too much in the past few hundred years. Even the princess of the imperial family did not have many decent treasures when she got married. Even if we surrender, only death awaits us. The only way out is for everyone to work together. Only if we unite can we survive. Yes, unite. We will listen to the Lord Lin clan. Also, the Lord Rin clan and the Divine Star Academy are also a great power. If the two Lords of Heaven join forces, we won't be afraid, even if the royal family comes. Many of the clan leaders started a clamor. Lin Xiong's expression also changed, but when he thought of the current strength of the royal family, he hardened his resolve and looked towards Lin Xiong and Lin Rong. The two of you immediately bring Lin Shun and Lin Gui to the Divine Star Academy and personally apologize to Ren Tianxing and Yi Fei. Obediently, convey the goodwill of the Lin clan. What? Grandfather, you want us to apologize to Yi Fei? Lin Shun and Lin Gui's faces were ashen, as if they had eaten a fly. Lin Shun was the #1 genius of the Lin clan, but he was severely injured by Yi Fei in public. This made Lin Chen go crazy. Lin Gui was even more miserable. Not only did he become Yi Fei's scapegoat, he even had to piss his pants in public to save his life. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. It was already good enough that they didn't look for Yi Fei to settle the score. Now that the old ancestor wanted them to apologize to Yi Fei, Lin Shun and Lin Gui felt very sullen. Lin Sheng and Lin Rong were more open-minded. They reminded in a low voice, "Whatever the old ancestor says, just do it. Is your face more important? Or is the life and death of the Lin clan more important?" Lin Xiong also said coldly, "The only one who can deal with the Lord of Heaven is the Lord of Heaven. Ren Tianxing is a smart person. If he still wants to protect the Divine Star Academy, he will make the wisest choice. That is to join forces with me to overthrow the emperor and change the dynasty." It was just that Lin Xiong and the others were discussing did not notice that while they were immersed in the frenzy of joining forces to force the emperor to abdicate, there were two pairs of cold eyes that were like wolves, coldly watching from the side. They were He Chun and Wang Zhongshan, and on Wang Zhongshan stood the skinny Wang Jian, who was as cold as a poisonous snake. Imperial City, King Lu's palace. He Wushuang stood nervously in front of King Lu, quickly reporting the events that happened in the Lin clan. "Your Highness, King Lu, it's like this. I've been treated coldly by Lin Chen recently, so I'm unable to find out the details of the Lin clan's plans. However, the names of all the clans that participated in the rebellion are all here." He Wushuang took out a list of names and handed it to King Lu. King Lu was very satisfied and proud of himself. Family, he has done well. When the Lin clan is destroyed, I will make family he the #1 clan in the Imperial City. However, Wushuang, Since I've praised your family so much, I wonder what you can do to repay me. Is that so? King Lu laughed sinisterly. He was originally a greedy and lustful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had his third leg broken by Chen Dutian. Now that he saw He Wu Shuang, the Pearl of Li City, how could he let her go? How could He Wu Shuang not understand the meaning behind King Lu's words? In her mind, she couldn't help but think of Lin Chen's suave appearance and Yi Fei's wild and unrestrained behavior. Looking at King Lu's open belly and the layers of fat on it, she suddenly had the urge to vomit. But then, she thought of Lin Chen's coldness and the humiliation she, the Pearl of Li City, had suffered in the imperial city. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a venomous hatred. Yi Fei, Lin Chen, I've said it before. I'll make you regret it. He Wu Shuang, will do what I say. Suddenly, this once beautiful Pearl of Li City changed her appearance into a charming one. She took the initiative to walk towards King Lu. After a long time, He Wu Shuang wiped away her tears and leaned into King Lu's embrace. Her voice was filled with hatred as she spoke coquettishly to King Lu. Your Highness, I've already given you the information you wanted. I don't know when the imperial family will make their move to eradicate the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy. I'm afraid that if we continue to endure, the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy will join forces. The academies will join forces to force us to abdicate. Chapter 2046. Divine Light, Heavenly Corpses. After so many years, I have finally waited for this moment. From today onwards, the imperial family will regain control of the Heavenly River Kingdom. I will no longer have to steal any beauty I fancy. From now on, I will own her openly. Ha ha ha. King Lu laughed wantonly. It was as if he could already see the scene of him running amok in the imperial city and overflowing with power. When He Wu Shuang heard these words, her face turned deathly pale. Her eyes were filled with obvious remorse. But more than that, they were filled with deep shock and fear. They are actually heavenly corpses. It is said that only the Lord of the heavenly corpses could cultivate such termination energy. He Wu Shuang's voice trembled. King Lu's expression was filled with madness. That's right, these are heavenly corpses. They are the final trump card of the imperial family of the Heavenly River. 300 years ago, the Heavenly River imperial family declined because all the ghost generals our ancestors left for us died. However, the method our ancestors left for us to cultivate ghost generals is still with us. All these years, the imperial family has been enduring while secretly recruiting high-level spirit augmenters at all costs. We then used their blood and souls to enhance the termination energy. Finally, today, the two corpses of the Lord of Heaven that our imperial family obtained have successfully awakened corpse spirits. Corpse spirits. King Lu looked at the two divine lights above the imperial palace, his eyes filled with fervor. King Lu was not the only one who was in such a frenzy. Within the imperial palace, an old man dressed in royal robes was trying to break out of the sealed crystal coffin in a frenzy. Your Majesty, at the bottom of the stairs, the newly crowned Lord of Heaven, King Chu, was leading the experts the imperial family had recruited over the years to kneel down. Everything has been prepared. 2 heavenly corpses have been refined into corpse soldiers according to our ancestors' method. However, the 99 high-level spirit augmenters we recruited have exhausted their souls. Many of them have become crippled. The old emperor's voice was hoarse, but his eyes were colder than the corpses. Since they're crippled, there is no need to keep them alive. The secret of refining heavenly corpses must not be leaked. Pass down my orders, kill all these crippled people and their families. I would rather kill 100,000 innocents than let them know. Let them spread the word. Yes, Your Majesty. King Chu retreated and suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Mengru, I'll leave this matter to you. As for King Qi, this king will personally avenge you. Behind King Chu were Madame Meng, Bai De, and Bai Er. Madame Meng gladly accepted the order and went to kill all the high-grade spirit augmenters that she had personally recruited at great cost, as well as all their families. As for King Chu, he brought with him a heaven-shaking, killing intent. He also had a successfully refined heavenly corpse ghost general with him. His majestic army directly charged towards the Divine Star Academy. Behind King Chu was King Lu. Many years ago, King Lu's third leg had been broken by Chun Du-Tian in the Divine Star Academy, and he had almost turned into a corpse. As a eunuch, he was a vengeful person. Now that there was an opportunity, he would not let it go. Along the way, there were two other family groups kneeling outside the imperial palace. The leaders were He Chun and Wang Zhongshan, and behind Wang Zhongshan stood Wang Jian, who looked like a poisonous snake. They were all people who had a grudge against Yifei. Now that the royal family wanted to attack the Divine Star Academy and regain their power, the He and Wang clan did not hesitate to betray the Lin clan. While King Chu was leading his army to the Divine Star Academy, the old emperor also brought another heavenly corpse ghost general and a large number of royal family elites to attack the Lin clan. Lin Xiong, you have bullied the royal family for hundreds of years. Today, I will kill your entire clan. Pass down the order. Wash the Lin clan with blood. Wash the imperial city with blood. Kill! 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 The battle drums thundered. The light of the battle between the Lord of Heaven exploded in the sky above the Lin clan. The battle between the Lord of Heaven shocked the entire imperial city. The Divine Star Academy naturally sensed it as well. In the principal's area, Run Tianxing took a bath and changed his clothes. He had changed into a brand new robe, and his white hair was neatly combed. Around him stood a large number of sovereign realm and heavenly venerable experts. Principal, the royal family is too ambitious. They actually secretly refined another heavenly corpse ghost general. This time, our Divine Star Academy is in danger. Let's surrender. A cowardly teacher spoke out in fear, but what he got in return was the angry glare of the other teachers. Escape? Where do we escape to? Now that the imperial city has been sealed and the royal family has refined a heavenly corpse ghost general, we can either fight to the death or escape. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Ren Tianxing shook his head solemnly and sighed. There is no need to say more. I have already decided to fight. From now on, if you wish to fight, follow me to battle. If you wish to surrender, you can go out and surrender now. Boom! Ren Tianxing's words spread throughout the entire Divine Star Academy, causing the originally terrified students to become even more terrified, after which a large number of students ran out of the academy in fear. The majority of them were new students, and they didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the academy. However, there were also some old students who were afraid of death. There were even a few Sovereign Realm teachers who mixed in with the surrendering crowd. The spirit augmentation Master Zhang Yu stumbled as he ran out, shouting loudly, "Surrender! King Chu, I am Zhang Yu. I was placed in the academy by the royal family. A hidden chess piece." "Pooh!" What answered Zhang Yu was an armor-piercing arrow personally shot out by Wang Jian. In an instant, it pierced through Zhang Yu's head. This gave the other surrendering students a huge fright. "King Chu, what is the meaning of this? We have already left the Divine Star Academy. We sincerely surrender." "Humph, you want to surrender?" "Sure. This king will order you to kill your way back to the Divine Star Academy and kill all the traitors." King Lu walked out, his expression incomparably sinister. He actually wanted to use these surrendering students to attack the Divine Star Academy and then kill each other. The students and teachers who were prepared to surrender all widened their eyes in fear. "No, how can we do this? We can't do it. Since you can't do it, then what use is there for the royal family to keep a bunch of trash like you? Since the termination energy of the royal family has run out, then I will use the corpses of trash like you to fill it up. Pass down my order, kill everyone in the Divine Star Academy, regardless of whether they surrender or not. Draw the bows, release the arrows." King Heshuan and King Zhongshan were in high spirits. They were the first to send out their clan's cultivators to raise their bows. Then, the royal family's army drew their bows. Only a terrifying buzzing sound could be heard. The entire sky above the Divine Star Academy was covered by a black rain of arrows. Those who had just betrayed the Divine Star Academy and were prepared to surrender fell one after another. They used their own corpses, their own blood and tears to tell the tale of the traitors. Chapter 2047. Then, a booming voice pierced through the deepest part of the Divine Star Academy. The war has begun. Jiang Zhen, Yi Fei, as the Lord of Heaven, I can no longer protect you. Hurry up and leave. Rumble. The booming voice formed a formless wind that pierced through the Divine Star Academy. It also startled Jiang Zhen and Yi Fei, who were still immersed in their cultivation. The royal family has made their move so quickly. Yi Fei woke up from his cultivation of the golden body of laws. He had already broken through from the mid-heavenly venerable realm to the late heavenly venerable realm. He had even formed the first layer of the golden body of laws. However, Yi Fei wasn't happy. Instead, he was worried and shocked. This was because he had discovered that a huge crack had appeared on the Divine Star. Inside the crack was a Divine Star fragment that was enveloped by boundless star power. This is the Divine Star Academy's last resort, the Divine Star Meteorite. As long as you walk up and activate the power of the Divine Star, it will bring you out of the royal family's blockade and out of the imperial city. When Ren Tianxing's roar shook the sacred mountain, all the star power in the Divine Star domain disappeared and gathered in the house-sized Divine Star fragment. This allowed the sovereigns in the sovereign region to finally get close to the Divine Star. However, none of them walked up to the Divine Star Academy. Instead, they took out various treasures and Xian veins and stuffed them into the Divine Star Academy. Suddenly, they said solemnly, "These are most of the resources of the Divine Star Academy. There are also various cultivation techniques and martial arts. The Divine Star Academy can be destroyed, but our legacy can't be broken. Yi Fei, Jiang Zhen, I beg you. You must fight your way out of here alive. Also, leave a spark for the Divine Star Academy." Jiang Zhen's expression suddenly turned fearful. Seventh martial uncle. Third martial uncle, what do you mean? You won't leave with us? Seventh martial uncle laughed. Silly boy, we are either your martial uncles or your martial uncles. Even if we have to die, it should be us, the old ones, who die. Let the young ones live. Stop being so long-winded and scram. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't collect our corpses, even if you die. Old friend, who will fight a bloody battle with me? Me, and me. There were a total of 18 sovereigns who had stayed behind to cultivate. They were also the strongest group of sovereigns in the Divine Star Academy. Originally, they definitely had hopes of using the Divine Star Academy to break through the blockade of the royal capital and escape with their lives. But now, not a single one of them had managed to escape. Once the battle started, the 18 sovereigns didn't hesitate. They slaughtered their way out of the Divine Star realm and charged towards the imperial army that was charging into the Divine Star Academy. This scene shocked Yi Fei deeply. It also made Jiang Zhen tear up. Suddenly, Jiang Zhen made a decision. He wiped his eyes dry and stuffed his space belt into Yi Fei's hands. Then, he turned around and strode outside. Yi Fei quickly shouted, "Wait a minute." Jiang Zhen turned his head back, his eyes filled with a trace of viciousness and determination. "Yi Fei, you're not a member of the Divine Star Academy, so you cannot stay behind and throw your life away. But I am different, my roots are here. My master is fighting in the front lines, while my martial uncles and martial uncles are risking their lives outside. Countless disciples of the Divine Star Academy are being slaughtered outside. Slaughter. I cannot be a deserter. I cannot leave them behind. Then let me go with you. Who said that I am not a member of the Divine Star Academy? Don't forget, I'm still a guest of the Divine Star Academy. Besides, the battle has just begun. The outcome of the battle is still unknown. Running away before the battle is not what a man should do. So, please let me stay behind. For you, for the Lord of Heaven, for the Divine Star Academy. For the Divine Star Academy, I will fight to the last moment for Chun Du Tian. Yi Fei suddenly threw the space belt in his hands to Jiang Zhen. He slung the heavy sword over his shoulder and chased after Jiang Zhen. You brat, are you not afraid of death? Jiang Zhen was stunned. To be honest, I am very afraid of death. But it is because of this that I have no choice but to fight. I will never admit defeat. This is my Tao. After saying this, Yi Fei had already taken out his third-level divine sword. Lin Shun had the dual spear divine ability, but he also had the dual sword divine ability. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. However, just as Yi Fei held his two swords and rushed out of the Divine Star Academy, he saw a terrifying scene that infuriated him. Countless arrows rained down from the sky like an endless black storm, engulfing the sky and the earth. Screams and corpses littered the ground. Some of the disciples flew into the sky, but their bodies were pierced through like a hornet's nest. Some disciples ran on the ground, but their bodies suddenly froze. Countless arrows pierced their backs and pierced through their chests. Ah, kill me, kill me. Suddenly, a female disciple screamed from not too far away. She had been hit by several arrows and had lost a lot of blood, causing her face to be as pale as paper. But at this time, there was actually a skinny young master holding an iron halberd, and halberd after halberd, tearing apart her clothes. Wang Jian, you bastard! Boom! The moment Yi Fei saw this scene, his entire being exploded. He suddenly regretted. He should not have spared Wang Jian's life in the land of termination energy. At that time, Wang Jian was almost sucked dry by the termination energy, but he only recovered a little of his strength. Not only did Wang Jian not repent, he became even more vicious, even more ferocious. But when he heard Yi Fei's voice, Wang Jian's eyes suddenly became fierce and vicious. He did not give Yi Fei a chance to save her. Wang Jian laughed maniacally and raised his halberd. With a poof, he nailed the female disciple to the ground. Then, a ghastly and terrifying murderous aura suddenly appeared on Wang Jian's body. Yi Fei, I've been waiting for you for so long. Now, I'll let you know who's superior and whose life is as cheap as a dog's. Die, Ghost King Halberd. Woo woo woo. The air was filled with terrifying, ghostly howls. No one expected that Wang Jian would not only survive after being provoked in the land of termination energy, but also miraculously learn one of the family Wang's forbidden mystiques, the Ghost King Halberd. This halberd technique was even more terrifying than the Overlord halberd. Especially after joining the royal family, Wang Jian's cultivation level had been raised to the late heavenly venerable realm by King Chu. This made Wang Jian's strength even more terrifying. Yi Fei, do you know why I tortured these female disciples to death? I was waiting for you to come out so that I could personally cut you to pieces with my halberd. Roar. The halberd roared and formed a ghostly dragon. It roared and charged at Yi Fei. Yi Fei stared at Wang Jian, who was charging at him. He suddenly exhaled and shouted. Suddenly, he gripped the black iron heavy sword with both hands and quickly smashed it forward. Not only did it instantly smash the sinister ghost dragon, it even bent the divine halberd in Wang Jian's hand. This sudden change caused Wang Jian to scream in fear. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.